To all the citizens of anime and manga, my name is LuckyChi7, and I'm using the sacred icon to address every fandom within the anime and manga community. These giants, known as the Anime Circle, have broken free from solitude and have begun to march towards the truth. My objective is to showcase the true essence of love and romance portrayed in any anime or manga known to man. However, the world wishes for the elimination of people who share the same mindset as I do to ensure of their own biasness, their own preferences to couples. And I reject that wish. The Anime Circle shall trample all throughout the land until these nonsensical worshippers have been eliminated as we spread the true meaning of romance and love. Hey guys, I just addressed myself. Y'all know who I am at this point. I'm LuckyChi7, the anime manga YouTuber, part of the Anime Circle, anime manga analyst, as you've seen in my new intro that I've updated for you guys. And yeah, this is actually kind of a first. I know we've often talked about couples, like whether it's, we're doing a Naruto podcast, my Hiro podcast.
Sometimes in the Manga Wars.
Yeah, Manga Wars, or at least recently with me and James, the Anime Gems podcast, which is a new thing too. So it's been a rather reoccurring theme or topic that's been brought up. So I figured, with Valentine's Day around the corner, why don't we talk about just how romance and shipping has been, whether you're in a different fandom, movie, etc., and tackle that for a particular podcast. Can't really do these podcasts by myself. So, I've brought with me my special friend and my special friends and guests. Might have said that twice, but who cares? To my right, I've got the lovely, wonderful Chatte.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our lovely podcast. I just want to say that of course, we finally take under the scope the essence of life, which is love.
And next to her is the wonderful co-hostess himself, LKMHJ. Well, I can't think of the name myself. Steve.
Yes, once again, I am back here on Lucky Chi's channel. But this time, strangely enough, not talking about Naruto, at least not directly, and not talking about My Hero Academia, at least not directly. Also, sorry for the mic quality here. In a little bit, I'll be switching up to a better mic, but for now, I'll try and mute myself as much as I can, just so that Lucky Chi doesn't have to deal with this in editing.
And last but not least, BlueStar.
Okay, that was simple. Hello, everyone. And wow, you didn't put much effort into that intro, did you, Lucky Chi?
Hey, come on now. Talking about romance here. It's Valentine's Day. Romance does not need many words, if you know what you're talking about.
True. BlueStarSaber here to talk about the romance in anime, even though I've remained single for most of my life.
By the way, he's also a cursed child.
There we go. There we go. I was waiting.
There it was.
Oh, boy.
And another spot on the bingo card has been filled out. All we need to do is wait for eventually when one of us complains about 4Life's lateness.
As if he's actually going to join us this time.
Yeah, unfortunately, my hope was to get a big reunion with the rest of the Anime Circle gang, but a few of them have had stuff going on. So, want to give a little shout out to y'all guys.
In a sense. Sorry, go on.
So, James, I know your situation's a little tough, but I hope everything's going well, and same for you, For Life.
Margarita might join us, but if not, it'll just be the Rewrite Naruto Part 2, Part 1 podcast crew.
With that out of the way, of course, for those of you that have checked out my podcast, you know there's like a particular structure involved, and I didn't want to have too much of that for this one, because it's more of a free flow. But there are like little beats and stuff that I threw in just because it's my trademark, if you will. So, first thing on the list is the top 5 canon ships. Yes, that's right. When it comes to shipping, I know people want to say, oh, this ship, and I said, nah, let's go with just full, straight up canon ships, because, well, I'm pretty sure, well, especially with the gang here itself, we all have our particular ships, which I'm sure we'll get into.
So one quick question. Do the canon ships have to be main character ones, or can it be side or minor character ships as well?
It could be either one.
It's canon. It doesn't matter who.
It doesn't matter who. Like, if you wanted to, you could do, I don't know, someone as I can't say as irrelevant, but...
For example, I have a secondary ship, which is canon.
Yeah.
So, I go first.
Yeah.
So, for me, for the canon ships, I had to think about a bit, because, well, it's been a long time. But, well, of course, I would have Mamoru and Usagi, which is Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask, from my very first.
Damn it! You stole one of mine.
Really? Now, what would you have expected me to not say that I love these two? That was my very first anime in my life ever. I was so young. Oh my god. Anyway. So
just spoiler alert, most of us are going to be relying on pretty old ships, considering how old we are. Because the current anime, well, it hasn't ended yet. Most of it, anyway. But, so you're not going to hear us talk anything about My Hero Academia, or Boruto, or Black Clover, maybe Demon Slayer. But, yeah, so, spoiler alert.
Anything that has ended relatively will be the ones that we talk about.
Yeah. But go ahead, Chat.
Thank you. Yeah, so of course it would be them, because, as I said, it was my very, very first anime. I grew up with it. I was like, 6, 7, something like that, even younger maybe. It's been a really long time, considering I'm turning 32 already. My God. Anyway, and then after them, I have Michiru and Haruka, who are basically Sailor Neptune and Sailor Uranus. So yeah, they aren't like, main characters, but they are canon afterwards. And I remember how, of course, I realized some of the stuff later on in life, because they would, how should I say, we didn't have in Relena, they weren't censored, like I'm understanding that it happened in certain countries. I cannot remember, America even, if I'm correct. They had them as cousins or something like that.
Yeah, they pretty much, in the 90s in America, we pretty much had to disguise the lesbianism, because the PTA would have, for the Parents-Teacher Association, for those not in the know, would have thrown a fit. Although I don't know how it was over in, let's say, Romania.
Well, this is the weird part. So Romania had just gotten away from communism, so to speak.
Okay.
And and we didn't have anything censored But imagine that the communist way of thinking wasn't exactly gone. I mean, it's 2021 and it's still not gone in certain parts of the country. So that's why I'm a bit amazed at the fact that we didn't have these things edited. But if I remember correctly, the how should I say, the impression they gave might have went on the idea that Haruka was a boy that transformed into a girl.
Huh.
Something, if I remember correctly, though. So kind of like they did with the Sailor Stars, because they were boys that also transformed into girls.
Right.
So I'm not.
I suppose in that instance you could, you could stretch it like that. She's got a short enough haircut as it is, but yeah, I
Which
think
was,
to replace one thing with another radical thing like that, that's
I'm not
especially
sure
since
though.
over here in America, Sailor Moon, Sailor Stars season 5, we didn't even get that dubbed until 2014
Wow.
because of the fact
Wow.
that those three were boys that transformed into girls. Even now in America, you still got issues with that. And while this isn't the podcast to discuss that, it's surprising that in Romania, you know, especially during the '90s, would
It
think
is.
that the television people would think of doing that.
I'm not sure if so. This might be my memory, just playing tricks with me. Given that, for example, when we were little, of course, every girl and her friend would play as Sailor Moon, and ironically, I would play as Sailor Uranus. But I think they did that, though. I'm not sure, but I do remember that the scenes between her and Michiru weren't edited. That's for sure. So yeah. Anyway, to close that up, they would be the second. And then I would jump a bit to fairy tale to the Jill and Levy. If I'm really
That's a good one.
I just love these two. It's like, it's that stereotype, that trophy with big bad boy, something like that, that all these little young girls fantasize about, with the total opposite girl, like librarian, bookworm, stuff like that. But it's done nicely. That's the thing. And that's what kind of attracted me even more, I think, than Natsu and Lucy, all the others, we had in Fairy Tale. So yeah, these two are like, little softies there that I hold with me. And the special one would also be, as you guys know, I asked if it has to be a certain anime or not, if it can be movie as well. It's definitely Howl and Sophie from Moving Castle or something like that. If I remember, yeah, Howl's Moving Castle by Hayao Miyazaki. I think that one is a perfect love story because the way the execution of the love story between the two basically is about pure love, not that type of love that, for example, we had with Sasuke and Sakura. Sorry. Well, I had to say it because she liked him because he was cool and everything else. So for these petty reasons such as looks and everything, because we have like Sophie being transformed into this old lady all throughout the movie. But that's the thing, because they didn't fell in love with each other because of their outer appearance, but they did because of their souls and their hearts. And that's, for me, it's a perfect love story. Probably, if I'm gonna have kids someday, that's a movie I'm gonna show them. And of course, I couldn't went past Ed and Whitwick from Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh, you took one of mine.
Damn it! Same here.
Question. So, ones
That's
if all of us have like the same ships, do we try and find new ones?
We'll,
No.
No.
Continue. We'll just continue as if we hadn't stolen off of each other.
Yeah, right.
Like, oh, you're gonna talk about Winry and Ed as well? How original. All I'm gonna say is that we didn't share notes. Is all.
No, it's ironic, because I literally just made the list because as I told you guys, I was like, oh my god, I forgot about this. Let me think about it. Okay, yes. So yeah, we can definitely say we didn't steal from each other. No, Mom, I didn't copy. But yeah,
No,
there's no way we couldn't have these two on our list because this is also another positive example of love in the piece of media in the anime and manga world. And the fact that, they just support each other through thick and thin. They basically almost go through everything. Maybe not everything, but the support is there all the time. And one important thing that I like about them, and this is a thing I also meet in our all-time favorite Naruto, it's the fact that they do express this positive idea in the sense that they give each other space to be whoever they want to be, to be, to do whatever they have to do, even outside of the relationship. I mean, they don't have to be, next to each other all the time. They can be their own individual selves within the relationship, So that's what I like most about it. And this is why it's always going to be one of my favorites forever and ever and ever. And I'm done.
All right, so that was 3 down or 4 down. What's 5? Or that was it?
No, that was the 5th one because I have Mamoru and Misagi, Michiru and Haruka, Gajil and Levi, Toki and Howell, and Ed and Henry. That's right. So I'll leave the scene to you guys.
All right, Blue Star, why don't you go next? I'm about to set up my proper mic here, so I'm gonna be popping in and out in a bit here.
Okay, so let's see. Out of the 5 that chat mentioned, she mentioned 2 I had, so I think I should at least get those 2 out of the way. I decided I'm probably also going to pick for Fairy Tail Gajil and Levy, mostly because, let's see, unlike the other Fairy Tail ships with like that sort of confirmed canon or semi-canon really kind of thing, let's see, this is like the one that's official and it's the one that has had the most gradual development. Now, he confessed how he wanted to spend their life together, and by the end of the series, and in the continuation of Fairy Tail 100 Year Quest, it's been confirmed that they're going to have a child, or maybe children, because I think Hiro Mashima has teased twins.
He actually posted a picture at some times with
Anyways,
twins, which is so cute. Sorry.
So I go on, but it's like fun. But yeah, so anyways, it's probably the only anime manga bad boy good girl one that I actually like since normally I do not like this trope of ships for let's see obvious reasons given the previous experiences, but also with quite a fair share of Western movies and TV shows as well. But we're not talking about those. That would be for an entirely different podcast. Maybe another one for next year if Lucky Chi wants to continue the Valentine thing. But hey. And to get this one out of the way as well, Edward S. Winry, which I assume we've all put this on the list, but I just guess the goes to show why. So you can't blame us why, because it's probably on many people's list as for top pairings for anyone when it comes to anime or manga, because, well, just their chemistry and dynamic and all that stuff together. Let's see, childhood friends. Let's see, you see, Gretzi that are very carefully dear for each other. They'll sometimes get on each other's nerves, particularly when we has a habit of calling Edward short, which much to Edward's dismay, while Winry gets constantly annoyed with Edward breaking, let's see, his metal arm she keeps making for her. Let's see. Okay, let's see, and she ends up hitting him with his wrench for the most part, but yeah. I think what really kind of works is that let's see, for Edward, Winry is a sort of like a connection to like his home, his like let's see, his life before, let's see, his transmutation of trying to bring back his mother went wrong, and the future he may have once he has, let's see, saved Al from his body and stuff. To mention, let's see, they kind of bring out the best in each other. In many ways, they're like let's see, in their connection with their humanity and stuff. In many ways, it's the perfect like main female character endgame ship that became canon, and you kind of want every ship in manga anime to become as wholesome, and then just like it. Okay, this one's going to be a Naruto one, but it's probably the only one that we probably would agree on. Let's see, all of us do not like the Naruto ending. Is Mini Kushina, Minato and Kushina, you know, Naruto's parents.
Minakushi.
Oh, Minakushi.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't get any more official than that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Anyways, usually when it comes to Naruto has probably the most intense shipping war in all of anime and manga. There was at least 2 ships that people accepted. Let's see, regardless of which fandom they are, for the most part. Unless I suppose, let's see, Minato Kushina and Shikamaru and Tamari. Granted, I suppose if you're a Shika Ino shipper, you might not like it, but I think most people expected Shikamaru to get with Tamari by the end of it, due to the teasers and the interactions. It was one that everyone liked, funny enough. But yeah. But for me, Kushina, let's see, granted, you don't really see much of their, let's see, interactions out, let's see, mostly due to the fact that nearly just about everything we learn about Kushina is mostly done in the second last arc, in which Naruto meets his mother, where she tells him the story of how she fell in love with Minato, how he complimented the one thing that she had insecurities about, and how she came to support him. You kind of wish that you could see more of a Road to Ninja What If universe, where, let's see, but in like the main timeline thing, rather than just the opposite personalities of where Minato Kushina lived and just got to raise Naruto and stuff, because they're just so wholesome. Let's see, and not to mention, it's very, let's see, that you could say that they were a very loving couple and would probably be very loving parents. For my 4th ship, let's see, I'm going to choose Irene Yelovich, or Miss Professor Bitch, for those who know from Assassination Classrooms, with Kurasama.
That's a good one.
Yeah. But yeah. Let's see, the other 2 teachers for the Assassination Classroom, besides Kuro Sensei, in which you've got this, let's see, military man from Japan who's professional, doesn't goof off and stuff, and you've got like Yelovich, who's kind of like, well, a very trained assassin that uses her sex appeal quite well. Let's see, she's a bit immature in a sense, but let's see. He eventually also comes to aid Yelovich when the students plead for her, and let's see, due to how she cares for him and stuff, not to mention due to her own tragic past and all that stuff. And by the time near the end of the school year, he's ready. He seems to be ready to like accept her feelings and even offers to get married with her, which they do. And I think it's implied that they have a daughter somewhere. I suppose for my final ship, I'm going to go with Yusuke and Keiko from Yu Yu Hakusho.
Damn it! You took another one from me.
I'm sorry. If I had, let's see, more time, Lucky Chi, I probably would try and pick some other anime or manga, but at the moment I didn't, so I picked Yusuke and Keiko, who pretty much it's just standard, let's see, delinquent and good girl. Let's see, she gets annoyed with Yusuke doing all this trouble, but when it's like he temporarily dies, you see how much she cares for him and stuff, and see her being such a big supporter for Yusuke, Yomeshi. Let's see, even getting worried for him when he does his fights, but knows that he needs to do it, and eventually, they get together by the end of the series. I won't get too much into details because I think you have quite a lot to say, and I've kind of probably said quite a bit. So I take it you want to go next, Stephen?
Quite a bit. Again. Understatement of the year. Anywho. So. Alright. So. My top 5 in no particular order. Well, let's get the 2 that were stolen from me out of the way. So yeah. Number 5, Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask. Why I ship them? I don't know. I was a kid, and I really didn't have much more. I didn't have really much more reasoning beyond that girl and that guy go great together. As for what made them compatible, again, I was a kid when I shipped them. But if I had to say this now, if I had to answer this now, I'd say at the very least, he's saved her more often than she does to him, which tends to lead into her admiration for him, and vice versa for her. Anywho, number 4, Ed and Winry from Full Metal Alchemist. I think though this mainly had to do with the way that with how Naruto was influencing how I should ship people, and I'll get a bit more into that a bit later on. But number 3, from Mobile Fighter G Gundam, Domon and Rain. This one, I mean, granted, their love for each other was kind of sort of tacked on within the last 6 to 7 episodes of the series, but they had small moments. Number 2, from Gundam Wing, Hiro and Relena. And you can't get more official than a husband and wife duo. And that's all. That is all. And then for my number 1 ship, Chihiro and Haku from Spirited Away.
Oh my god, I wanted to.
I forgot about that one.
I didn't forget, but I was like, should I put them too? Should I not? Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
I guess you could argue that this is more semi-implied than it is outright canon, since they do never end up. They don't officially end up together, but hell, it's a movie.
I was like, true, and then I was like, are they too young to be shipped together? Are they? I was having all those. Yeah, because wasn't she like really, really young? Or I remember.
I mean, she was like, I think she was like 12, and then he's an immortal dragon, so.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a movie, and even if they didn't, end up together, they had plenty of moments in that movie for them to be a couple. But yeah, those are my top 5. Nothing really more I can say beyond until we actually discuss why we ship these guys. What about you, Lucky Chi?
Okay. In no particular order, just like Steve, Yusuke Keiko is obviously up there. Definitely Ed and Winry, for sure. So that's 2. 3, Kaneki and Toka from Tokyo Ghoul. Number 2, and not sure if this was going to come as a surprise to anybody, but Lelouch and C2.
I was thinking about them too, but I wasn't sure, man. Suddenly, because in the beginning, sorry to interrupt, in the beginning, I was, oh my god, I have to say 5. But then I realized, wait, there's even more than 5. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, and I'll go into my specifics as to why later. And then number 1. What is the number 1 ship? Y'all say Nalu, y'all say, who else is there?
Kajevi.
Yeah, there's many. Yeah, Gajio Levy. No. I'm gonna give you the original ship from Hiramashima, which is Haru and Ellie from Rave Master.
Oh.
I would have picked that one, but I have not fully read Rave Master yet, so
Shame on
you.
Well, I'm getting there.
Chad, why don't you go ahead and start us off again?
Okay, Mamoru and Usagi or Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask. Well, that was a long time ago, as I was telling you in the beginning. I was like, I don't know, 46, 7, 8. I don't even remember. Of course, there was this interaction between them, and I found them very funny and everything, especially how he would end up teasing her about, her hair looking like dumplings or something like that, if I remember correctly. I haven't seen Sailor Moon in a while. But the aspect I was most drawn to, of course, as a very, very girly girl I was, so not so much because I was also a tomboy, but anyway, was the thing between them that they were like soulmates, and the princess and the prince, because I don't know if you guys remember, but at some point, Queen Serenity, Sailor Moon's mom, just sends them over to Earth to reincarnate. And then later on in the future, they also became the queen and king of Silver Millennium. And that for me was just so, how should I say, charming and everything. So that was the main thing. And I remember I used to say, like, if I ever get married, I want to have a dress like Sailor Moon. But yeah, anyway. Then Michiru and Haruka, they always had this, of course it was around the same age since it was also Sailor Moon, but they have this, how should I say, not necessarily fragility, I'm not exactly sure the word I'm looking for right now, but they were very soft to each other, despite Haruka being the more tomboyish one, But then there was Michiru who always kind of like took out the soft side of Haruka. So that's why I also like them. So that was that. With Gajil and Levi, I think I started shipping them somewhere around 2014, 2013, somewhere around there. I don't remember correctly exactly. Because I remember Naruto was ending. There was a lot of stuff going on in the shipping war era. So at some point I just dropped Naruto and I was like, okay, I need something else. So I started reading Fairy Tail. And of course, as the action kept going on and on, I saw these two and I was like I told you, finally the trophy done well, and I really like their interactions and the way that, Levi, despite being this, how should I say, bookwormish girl, she also had this temper about her that put Gajil in his place, And then Howell and Sophie, actually now in 2020, I started, because believe it or not, this is when I saw this is when I started seeing most of the Hayao Miyazaki's movies. I think I saw some of them when I was even younger than, Sailor Moon time, but being that young, I couldn't remember. So then with this whole pandemic going on, I was like, okay, let's start rewatch some stuff. And from all of them, Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle and Princess Mononoke were the ones that kind of stuck out to me. But in terms of romance, of course, Howl and Sophie were the preferred one. And actually, same with Ed and Winry, because I've been meaning to read Full Metal Alchemist for a long time, 7 years maybe. By the time that Naruto was ending, people, started telling me, look, you should really, really, really read this, because I was, starting to be very disappointed in Naruto, and then the ending happened, so we all know that story. Anyway, so then this year, I gotta admit, at some point I did start reading the manga, but I didn't finish it because a lot of things happen in real life. So this year, with the whole pandemic, I said, okay, let's try and see the anime, and I watched the Brotherhood edition because everyone told me that it's the closest to the manga. So yeah, I instantly liked Ed and Winry because they also reminded me about Naruto and Sakura, but kind of like a little bit of improved version, if I may say like that. So yeah, this is kind of it for me in terms of when.
Yeah, interesting thoughts there. Well, Blue Star.
But I'm just wondering if I could quickly change one of the top 5 because I just thought of something else.
Okay.
And something just so it doesn't. So I'm wondering if I could just replace Gadgil and Levy with the Nisekoi, with Rako, Ichio, and Shitsuge Kurisika.
Rocco and Chitoge? You can do that.
Yeah. So just to be fair, just the little details. Those two are kind of like, let's see, they're both children of, let's see, Japanese yakuza or U.S. mafia, where, let's see, Rashika Ichio is, son of a, let's see, yakuza family, while Chichiko is a half Japanese transfer student from the United States. When they first meet, they dislike each other, mostly due to the fact that Raku views Chichigo as a violent temper tantrum gorilla, and Chichigo finds Ichio to be a bit of an idiot and a bit of a, let's see, insensitive jerk. So it's in many ways it's like the most extreme version you can get of the tsundere romance kind of thing in some ways. So yeah, but as the course of the story, they're forced to fake being boyfriend and girlfriend to make sure that the younger members of each of the gangs they're part of do not cause a fight. So, which gets in the way of their own school lives and even some of their own love lives, as Raku Ichio is trying to pursue a relationship with this other girl that he actually likes. But as the series goes on, and the more they spend time to each other, they end up falling in love, properly falling in love. Not to mention learning more about their past history as they've met before. Now, for my, let's see, where do I find them? Let's see, we're doing why they're compatible, right?
No, when you started shipping.
All right, when we started shipping them. I remember, let's see, when I ended up started shipping them is when Lucky Chi and For Life mentioned this manga, and I checked it out because, let's see, they talked about another manga that was cancelled called Double Arts, but so I'm reading it now. I haven't fully finished the series, but I know it's ending. I've read its ending and all that stuff, but anyways, I ended up shipping them just because I like the tsundere type relationships where you get the female character hating the male, but then gradually falling in love with him. Let's see, for Mini Kushina, when I was moving away from Naihina and Saku and looking at, let's see, Saku fans and what they had to say, some of which you guys have said, particularly chat. Because let's see, I was a bit torn from the Sakura bashing I saw online, so yeah. And then let's see, I ended up seeing this like why people ship. Compare Kushina Minato to Naosaku, and it's like this long thread. Let's see why these two are seen as like similar. That made me realize that okay, this ship is like this is the end game ship for. This is supposed to be a parallel for the end game ships of Naruto, or supposedly with Naruto and Sakura, but we'll get more into that later on. So it's why I ended up shipping that. Edward and when we let's see, it was just like I read the manga after Naruto, so it was like I knew the end game pairings, so I just generally accepted it. But it's like I ended up doing it for similar reasons why I ended up shipping Naosaku, because similar dynamic, and also they had some very touching moments and that stuff, and they were just very funny together. And for Yelovich and Kurasuko, as I was gradually reading the manga, I actually got to see. Well, it's not really a focused relationship. I did end up liking them. Due to the fact that it's like sometimes it's nice to have a side characters have their ships focused on rather than the main characters, and it's a small arc, but I think it works. I think it was nice. Yusuke and Keiko, I think it was clear from the first episode that these two were going to get to become a couple by the end of it, and it's like I like the typical tsundere getting mad at the idiot. So yeah. So I just I know these lot are going to get together, but yeah. So I think I said my 5, right?
Yes, you did. So let me reiterate number 5. So Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask. Well, like I said, when I, as a kid watching that, you don't really form any sort of reasonable logic, other than the fact that they kind of look good together. They should probably end up together, and ultimately, I think they did.
Yeah.
And they, it's So, why do I think they're compatible? Again, I was a kid, don't really have any sense of logic. But if I had to, take a stab at it now, it's mainly because, he ultimately, he's more worried. He's more worried about her than she is about him, because this is a '90s anime, kind of shoujo-ish. And the guys tend to be more chivalrous. Tend to have a bit more chivalry. I can't even say this word. They tend to have a bit more chivalry. They tend to there. Yeah, that. They tend to be more like a knight in shining armor, let's say. And it's clear from any moment that you pick, that they really do care about each other. So number 4, Ed and Winry. I watched Full Metal Alchemist. I didn't exactly catch the original series on Adult Swim way back when. I caught the tail end reruns circa 2009-ish, 2010-ish, right around the time where Adult Swim, they got the license to air Brotherhood. So, my preference for Ed and Winry is more influenced by Brotherhood than the original series itself. That's not to say that they didn't have their moments in the original series. It's just that when Brotherhood aired, Adult Swim tended to play more of those episodes than the original series. So I tended to base my opinions of those two based on that series. And with that being said, my watching of Naruto and my reading of Naruto the manga helped to influence what exactly should I look for in an anime that makes me think these two are compatible and should end up together? And basically, what makes Ed and Winry work, in my opinion, is the fact that she is his confidant. The only other person who's even remotely closer to him is his brother Alphonse. And basically, what started out as a little brother, big sister type of relationship ended up morphing into what one would consider a more loving relationship. And I think the moment that kind of brought him close is towards the end of the series, I think. Basically, when they're fighting off the last of the homunculi. I forget when exactly this happened, but I know that there's a moment where she realizes she's always been thinking of it.
Oh yeah.
Whether she was always aware of it or not. And
Yeah, I know the moment.
Yeah, I forget. Like I said, I forget exactly when
I
that
believe
happened.
it was after the battle with Scar, and she found out he killed her parents.
Yeah, somewhere around there. I don't know if exactly right after it, but after that moment it happens. Because if I remember correctly, he's in danger, blah 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 blah. They have to be a bit separated, and that's when she actually gets the time to kind of do a little bit of introspection in this respect, and she realizes that she's always kind of been worried about him and everything, not just because she wants to help him or because whatever happened to them and their closeness, but because she loves him.
Exactly. But moving on. Number 3, Domon and Rain from Mobile Fighter G Gundam. Admittedly, this is like I mentioned earlier, this is a ship that really the romance kind of sort of takes place within the last 6 to 7, maybe even 8 episodes of the series, which really isn't a whole lot, to develop those two. She's pretty much the epitome of the girl next door. I'm always a sucker for those types of romances, and to me, their best moment takes place in, I believe, episode 6, episode 6. It's basically the flashback episode where Domon is tricked into thinking he's just returned home to Japan for the first time after training with his master Asia. And Rain throughout the whole simulation, she's just against it. She's just pretty much against it because she knows this is just going to bring up bad memories. Of course, the moment that everyone else will point out is the final episode where Domon, with burning passion in his heart, quite literally declares his love for Rain. And man, oh man, it is both a wonderfully cheesy moment. And it is both wonderful, yet it is also a very cheesy moment. Anywho, number 2, Hiro and Relena from Gundam Wing. These guys, in my opinion, what made me ship these two was the fact that she was attracted by the sense that this was essentially like Yusuke and Keiko. He's the bad boy, she's the girl looking to quote unquote fix him, but also looking as a if you also want to think about it this way, they're kind of like uh, Jack and Rose from Titanic. She's just this upper class girl who's looking for who's looking for more in life. And she gets all that and more when the first time she meets him. And likewise with him, much like Ed and Winry, he treats her as his confidant. She pretty much without fail just be able to be there for him. And I think the moment that, well, at least I think is my favorite moment between the two is early on. I forget which episode. I think it's like episode 3, where Hiro gets injured and he crash lands onto a beach, and she rescues him and nurses him back to health. Number 1, Chihiro and Haku from Spirited Away. Again, as mentioned earlier, this is technically more so an implied ship than canon itself, but me personally, they have enough moments between the two. There's enough moments between the two in that movie that you could just basically pretty much consider them official. To me, what stands out as their best moment would be when Haku finally remembers his real name, and he sheds his dragon scales, and he holds hands with Chihiro as they fly in the sky together. And oh my god, that is so adorable! How could you not ship those two together? Those are my reasons for all 5 of my ships. Lucky Chain, you're up.
It is my go. Well then, let me get my fancy king's chair in place. Anyway, so, in no particular order again, I'm just gonna go ahead and start off with Yusuke and Keiko. Pretty much the same reasons that, again, it's kind of got that bad boy and the girl that likes the boy, that little trope, but I like how that they both like each other. They're not like exactly. Well, I can't say like they're afraid of admitting it, but like you can pretty much tell like throughout the show that they do like each other. But I like how they're both like willing to stand up for each other and willing to do whatever it takes to make sure the other one is.
It's not like you get with your usual emo bad boy or nice girl kind of ships that you can't get in the West or in other anime mangas. Sorry.
You're good. And I might have mentioned this though when James and I did the Anime Jam Yu Hakusho podcast, but when did I ship them? So, and 4Life mentioned this to me, or Sparta 3G, either way. He mentioned this a while back, but pretty much by episode 5, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 5. By the time you get to episode 5, I think it's pretty much like set in stone when she goes over there to save Yusuke from dying by kissing him on the lips before midnight, and I was like, all right, so like as soon as that hit, I knew, all right, these two are gonna be a thing. That's pretty much guaranteed. But my favorite moment between Yusuke and Keiko, it's during the fight with Tagoro, and Tagoro was talking to Yusuke about getting stronger and doing whatever it takes to be the best. And this guy Yusuke, wow, he told Tagoro off by saying, "Unlike you, I actually want to grow old with her." And as soon as I heard that, I was like, "Damn!" That to me really stood out. I think the funniest moment that I saw was when Yusuke was unconscious, and everyone was like, "Hey, Keiko, maybe you should bone him." And poor Keiko was like sitting there just going like, "Why does everybody think that I want to do that? Just making sure that he's okay." That's it. That was pretty funny. And of course, there's the ending scene too, which I'm not gonna exactly reveal. Anybody who hasn't seen the Yu Hakusho should do so right now, especially if you're a Bleach fan. But it's neither here or there. But that's Yusuke and Keiko. Then we get the Edward and Runaway again. Pretty obvious. as to why they're compatible, as to what Steve, BlueStar, and Chatte mentioned. So I'm not going to go too much in depth with that. But in terms of, say, my favorite moments with the characters, I really liked when Edward and Alphonse had a fight on the roof. I think this was like, I forget at what point in time it happened in the manga, or the series overall, but I know that Wonder came by to visit, and she told Ed to kind of, like, stop, like, not exactly shut her out, but like, well, like, why are you guys acting like this? Of course, is the ending with the equivalent exchange. I mean, who wouldn't put that on the list? I think the funniest moment though with these two has to be when Wonder goes upstairs and she's about to change, and poor Ed,
That.
poor Ed was just about to age. He's like,
Right, were we supposed to say any favorite best moments at the same time? Why they're compatible and why do you ship them?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it! I forgot to say some of the best moments.
It's okay because I didn't say the compatible or the best moments either. So
yeah,
we have time, Blue.
Yeah, you can pretty much just encompass everything into one. But yeah, like that moment in particular, right there, the guy was just about to eat. She's just about to change. He's like, really? Like, I was just about to have this food, and you're doing this shit. It was pretty funny, but that's arguably why I shipped Ed and Wondery. Now, Kaneki and Toka. If any of y'all have heard the podcast that me and Sparta or Four Life have done for Tokyo Ghoul, y'all know there's a whole host of reasons why I think they're compatible. It's not necessarily that they have the same dichotomy that Naruto and Sakura had with the idiot and the tsundere type of relationship. Although Toka does have a bit of tsundere traits to her. But in terms of, like, say, why they're compatible, it's more or less like that they, much similar to, say, Yusuke and Keiko, except the difference here is that, like, Toka was willing to, like, go out of her way to help Kaneki, and in return, like, someone he thought that was selfish actually turned out to be kind of, nice. And as the story progressed, like, you get to see, like, her weaknesses and see how Kaneki tried to help her out. And that even goes further on if you go into Tokyo Ghoul Re, which was a continuation of it. But my favorite moment between these two, and I would argue this is Sparta's favorite moment too, is the moment where she's fighting off against her brother. And there's that little flashback thing where she's crying off in the corner with the pillow and saying that, like, she's all by herself. And Kaneki just swoops in with the bridal save and says, no, you won't be alone from this point forward. And I remember the first time I read that, this was like immediately after Naruto ended. So when I read that, I sat there and went, wow. I don't know if I can call it official at the time, but that's pretty convincing in terms of ending up with someone. In my opinion, it's close. And of course, by the time, I know some people want to say, "Oh, but what about Tokyo Ghoul Re 125?" Blue knows the story, and I'm pretty sure Steve knows too. So I'm not gonna exactly go into details as to why that's the case. But let's just say it went beyond a normal confirmation. I'll leave it at that. But that's Toka. Now we hit number 2, which is Lelouch and C2. I know. I'm pretty sure all of y'all Colin fans are out there listening to this and going like, "What? He went with that, not the other one?" Well, let me explain the reasons why. When did I start shipping them? As early as 09, so I think it was like a year after the anime debuted. But their relationship very much reminded me of, say, Ichigo and Haruka's relationship from Bleach. Only it was more deeper because, like, while if y'all have seen Code Geass, which I'm not gonna exactly spoil a whole lot, but y'all know, like, Lelouch would always, like, like, he would have objectives and whatnot as to what was going on, and he would relay things to what happened to each of the teams, but not in full detail, should I say. The only person that he ever, like, confessed about everything, and even including, like, setbacks and whatnot that happened with his plans for C2. And you got to see, like, exactly how that relationship was between the two of them, and in terms of, like, someone who would always push Lelouch, and even, like, when he was, like, at his most vulnerable, like, C2 was always there to, like, comfort him, whether it was, say, the big revelation as to what was going on with a friend, or, like, the entire scenario with the sister. She was always there. And not only that, but, like, even when she was at her most vulnerable, he was also there too to help her out along the way. And in terms of my favorite moments, now this is going to come from the movie, and I'm not sure how many of you guys have seen Lelouch of the Resurrection, but it's the only time. It's the only beat. Well, actually, hold on. It's been out for a year, so it's close. But I'll just say this. So C2 was about to head off somewhere. Lelouch was wondering, hey, so, like, why are you going? It's like, well, I don't have much business here. And he's like, oh, I see how it is. So you do all this for me, and then you just walk off like it's no big deal. And she's like, well, yeah, we've established this already. And besides, if you were to come along, we can just call you Lelouch. You got to think of something else. And this dude said something that melted my heart away. As cheesy as it sounds. This guy was like, "Well, yeah, maybe I don't have to get rid of my name completely. What if I just went with L2?" And when C2 like heard that, she looked back at him and like was in awe about everything, and he smiled, and they walked off and traveled together. That was honestly, I think that was like the best moment that they had together, and in fact, the director of Code Geass even mentioned that was Lelouch's way of proposing to C2.
Really? I didn't hear that.
Mm-hmm. Which really stuck out to me. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
So, and if you go by the wiki, I think it's confirmed that they're both married, so.
Well, there is a movie coming up with them, Lelouch of the Resurrection, and it shows the both of them being, I don't know, where exactly, very much alive and very much together. So
yeah,
can't wait to see.
And by the way, guys, so again, 2009. So that's been almost 11 years, and I'm like, it finally happened. I was so happy.
So you were shipping this from back when Code Geass was out and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Fair enough.
Yep. Why these two are compatible? Well, again, it's kind of got that common trope of like a boy and a girl kind of going on a journey, and Haru, of course, wanting to be, becoming the Rave Master, and Ellie's entire goal is to figure out what happened with her memories because she has amnesia. So her storyline kind of interlinks with his, and as you see the story progress, like it's more or less kind of like a friendship that starts off initially, but as the story progresses, you see them getting close, and that happens more so particularly, I think, the third or fourth arc. I'm not going to exactly reveal details because again, it's a manga not a lot of people know about, but there is a particular moment that happens, which then leads me to Haru and Ellie, the original Natsu and Lucy pairing. And I say original because, again, Rave was Hiro's first work. But here's the funny thing. So, for those of you that don't know about Rave, imagine Lucy, but with Natsu's personality. That's kind of what Ellie is. And Haru, I'm not gonna say he's like completely smart, but he has dense moments. I think my favorite moment for these two, without going into specifics, I think has to be towards the final arc. It's something that Haru and Ellie does, and it's really heart wrenching. I'll say that it's really heart wrenching. It's a really heart wrenching moment that happens. Ultimately, I think that's why they're compatible.
So yeah, should we go into? I think me and Blue are the one left for the reason why they're compatible.
And like any favorite or best ship moments.
Yeah.
Or that, yeah. So for me, Mamoru and Usagi, they are literally like the heaven and earth, you know? And that's where actually you could say this symbolism started, because she's the heaven. She is the daughter of the Moon Queen. And Mamoru is actually the prince of the earth, you know? So, I guess another one of my favorites. In terms of why I think they're compatible, it's from what I understand, and I did read the manga once some time ago, really well, and I cannot remember most of them. They're different in the manga, and indeed, I remember there's this rather, how should I say, more mature feel to them, despite being not so old in the manga either. But what I liked in the original animated series is that, of course, in my child actually view, Usagi kept being this really funny girl, always, getting upset at Mamoru's little jokes and stuff like that. So they always kind of like were nicely balanced, and I think this was what made them click so well together in the end, because even though they were nicely balanced because they seemed opposites at the core of their personalities, they were the same. Their essence was the same. Each of them tried to basically protect someone else. Of course, Usagi was Sailor Moon, so she was trying to protect the whole world, and he was the tuxedo mask who was always protecting her. So that was one of the aspects I liked about them, and in terms of why I think they're compatible. And one of my favorite moments to this day is from season 1, actually. And I'm gonna ball my eyes even now if I see that scene, even though I'm like 32 almost. There's a scene in season 1 at the end of it when, as you guys remember, Queen Beryl takes over Mamoru, and he's being manipulated by her and turns into one of her commanders or something like that. And at some point, he tries to actually kill Usagi, of course, in her Sailor Moon suit. And the thing that brings him back is that little music box, in shape of a star. I don't know if you guys remember that scene. And man, even if I hear that, that little song, basically it's the song, the opening song, but really, really slow, and I think piano version. And he stops, of course, and he comes back to his senses, but he quickly dies after, sadly. So yeah, that's one of my favorite moments. Now for Michiru and Haruka, it's kind of like the same thing. They are, of course, opposites if we look at them at face value, but then if we go a bit in depth, we see that they too fight to protect, after all, especially each other. And what I like most is that despite they do this together, fight to protect other people and stuff like that, there's something, their connection is so unique and so beautifully crafted that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter the whole world around them, but for them, what matters the most is each other. And for them, I actually have two different moments, favorite moments or best moments, whatever. But I cannot really decide which one is best. But it's in the same season, and I think it's the Stars season, if I remember correctly. Man, it's been so long. When there's that scene where they keep caressing each other, the scene with their hands, they keep intertwining their hands, and they are very gentle to each other after they've just taken a bath or something like that. So it's between that scene and it's between the scene with that one. I cannot remember if it's Galaxia. Oh man, it's been so sorry, it's been so long that I cannot remember. But what I do know is that both of them, of course, are really, really badly hurt. And Michiru, in, of course, her Sailor Neptune year, she just goes to Haruka because she wants to die next to her. And if they were to die, at least they should die together. So, yeah, I cannot decide between these two moments, sorry. Now for the Geo and Levi, I cannot remember when it was and what were they fighting about, but actually it's a fight scene between them that I like very, very much. I think there was this scene when the place where they're living it's attacked. Actually, Levi was reading through her books how to kind of like stop the attacker and stuff like that. And the Jill, if I remember correctly, was just very Kim because, as we know, he was quite difficult in terms of personality. And if I remember correctly, he kept hurrying her up, but then she just snaps at him, and this big bad guy and everything, he just calms down, never says anything else to her anymore, and just gives her the space to actually look for the information in peace. And he just holds off the Oh, I forgot to say why Gajil and Levi are compatible. I think it's because these two are actually very different in nature and in essence, but they do balance each other out. And the fact that both of them, just is like, how should I say it, is willing to let some things pass from their side of the relationship, so they make the relationship work in the end, despite their differences. Yeah, so back to how and Sophie, why they're compatible. I guess it's because in their essence, their true nature, they're both really gentle people. and that makes them work really good together. And he's like, how should I say, if he's the one that fights to protect the outer world, the macrocosm, so to speak, she's the one inside taking care of the castle itself, the microcosm, so to speak. So there's this level of compatibility, which we also meet in other, even with Naruto and Sapphire. It's the same thing. Naruto fights with the whole world to protect it, while Sakura inside in Konoha, she tries to keep people alive and everything and protected. But that's another thing for another time, since we're at Hal and Sophie right now. So yeah, I think this is why they work very well together, because as I said, in their essence, they're really two gentle people who have suffered a lot, and meeting each other, they find this happiness they both deserve. And of course, my favorite scene with them is when Hal gets very hurt in his, how can I say it? What form was that? In his bird form? Sophie goes and just looks for him and sees him really, really injured, and she kisses him, and he somehow comes back to life and goes to fight even more. What was it? I have a mind gap right now. The planes and everything that were happening, the war. Then Ed and Winry. Well, as I said in the beginning, why I think they work really well is because even though they might seem different, their essence is, of course, the same, because both Ed and Winry fight to, or not necessarily fight, because you cannot say that Winry actually fights since she is some sort of a healer in mechanical terms, so to speak. But the reason I think they're very compatible is, like I said in the beginning, the fact that each of them respects the other's individuality and give space to the other to just be, because it doesn't have to be like, if you're in a relationship, you just forget about who you are, and that relationship occupies the entirety of your being. No, and that's what I like most, that in the actual story, they're not always together. I mean, even after Ed does the infamous proposal, Winry goes back home and he goes to travel the world. And that's one of the aspects in terms of giving the other space to just be, and not having to lose themselves in the relationship. And I think that's a really nice callback at Ed's actual situation with his parents, because in a way Ed becomes Hohenheim, and he does, go and travel the world, and Winry, like Trisha did with Hohenheim, also gives him the space and to do so. And I think in a way he kind of understands his father's side of things. Of course, we don't know what really happens after they marry, but they do seem to keep that, that going for them. And I think this is a really positive example of how relationships should be generally. You don't, like I said, you don't have to breathe or say or think or whatever the other person is doing, you can still be yourself. You don't have to lose yourself in the relationship. And that's what I like most about them. And of course, my favorite moment of them is the scar moment. And I think that's a really peak moment for their relationship, because you would think that even though they didn't spend so much time together, maybe they wouldn't know each other so well, but no, they do. And when Henry is about to lose herself and her essence for a moment, when she finds out that Scar is the one that killed her parents, it kind of, just stayed by her in that moment, and just reminds her who she is. And I think that's nice because it shows that they know each other so well. They know each other's core. They know each other's essence, despite not always being together. But no matter what happens to them, they just work things out. So yeah, I think this would be my thing for my 5 favorites. Lou, handing over to you the mic.
Okay, I think I'll start with Nisekoi with Rakuto Ichido and Chote and Shiosuge Kusiaki. So I might be pronouncing them wrong. It's been a while since I've read the manga and watched the anime.
Kosaki. That's what
Kosaki.
Wait, no. You're talking about Chitoge, right?
Yeah, Chitokia, right. I think these two are sort of like compatible as that that's sort of the love-hate relationship thing, since they were kind of forced into this relationship, but they're a lot more similar than probably either would like to admit it, due to the fact that, well, they have similar backgrounds, of course, but also in terms of personality, they're easily tempered each, though. Let's see. One gets
Blue. That's her last name.
Kirasaki, yeah. So yeah. So, but of course, something like that. But let's see. They're sort of like they have this gradual relationship of, let's see. I suppose you could say enemies to lovers in a sense, but they don't like each other at first. But then, as the story goes, gradually, they sort of become like best friends and even lovers for each of their respective things. For example, for Raku Ichigo, it's a bit slower for him because he's in love with another girl at this point. And so he feels.
Who, by the way, likes him back.
Yeah, but is too shy to confess. Not to mention when he gets in a fake relationship, that complicates things. Even when she figures out it is a fake relationship, but let's see as Raku slowly grows to like her, he realizes that he loves her and stuff. So it's like an interesting, because this is something that isn't really tackled in most media. Is like let's see someone falling. Let's see at least. See, someone falling in love with two different people at the same time, which seems to be a concept that seems to, for many shippers, cannot seem to grasp. Hey, mostly, especially if they're in a very intense ship war, but anyway, we'll get to that a bit later. So it's like, I think that's why they're kind of compatible. Let's see, just the fact that they're kind of like, well, they're kind of forced into a relationship, at least on the pretext, or at least to pretend to be in a relationship. They gradually come to like each other. I think, see, so yeah, not to mention similar backgrounds and all that stuff. As for my favorite ship moments with them, let's see, during the amnesia arc, it's when when Raku ends up getting amnesia, he ends up thinking that they are in a relationship. He ends up confessing how cute she finds Chikyo Kurosaki. She's a bit shocked by, in many ways. He ends up acting more like the perfect boyfriend she wants, and she just can't handle it. During the 200th chapter, when they're spending time together in the arcade, you have Raku finally realizes that he's in love with this girl. And then, my favorite bit is when they finally confess their two feelings for each other. where despite the fact that, yes, he mentions how he loved this girl for such a long time, but he realizes that he wants to be with her now. Mm-hmm. Let's see. And it's sort of like this sort of like, and it kind of shows that, yeah, it's not really the term of the length you've loved someone, it's, I suppose, what you feel right now, I guess. So there's that. Let's see. For the other ones, I'm going to make it quick because I think let's see, we definitely want to get it on, and I've kind of mentioned it loosely based for the others. Yelovich and Kurasuma are compatible. They're sort of like one's, let's see, it's a sort of like one's silly, one's serious kind of thing. Let's see, kind of thing. I suppose they're kind of like opposites attract, but I think it's not really one that's usually for this, but I kind of like it due to the fact that they have a sort of fun chemistry together where one is like wants to take the situation serious and the other one wants to goof off a bit, but they're both professionals in their respective work. She's being an assassin, him being a military guy for a thing. And they can have like, and they have like serious situation. They can have like serious talks of when the students need to try and assassinate their teacher with Kuro Sensei. My favorite moment between the two, I'd say, is when he gives her a flower after the fight against the Reaper assassin. Let's see, in a sense of fighting for honor and stuff. And the funniest moment is when Kuro Sensei dresses up in a wedding dress, wedding outfit, like they're about to be married. Minikushina, I think it's clear, it's like the Naosaku parallel, so it's like, let's see, yeah, so I said that before, that's what let's see, and Kushina, in many ways, their story is what should have happened with Naosaku. She doesn't like Minato first because he thinks he's some goofball kind of thing, or he thinks he's some flake or something. But let's see, once he compliments her, she falls in love with him and realizes that this man could do what she hopes. And not to mention, what really starts out is both how much they love Naruto just as he's born and when they're excited to be parents and stuff. My favorite canon moment, I guess, is when they're sacrificing their life to save their newborn son, Naruto, and Yusuke and Keiko. Well, sort of similar. Let's see, like Steve said with Edward and Winry. You'd see Keiko as sort of like Yusuke as a confidant, or like let's see, his bridge to a normal life and stuff. She keeps him in line when he's being cheeky or misbehaving at most part. Let's see. He's for Yusuke. She's often a reason to fight for, such as protecting the humans from demons and all that stuff. So there's that. But my favorite moments, I think one of them is when she's in Kurobara, when Yusuke's in Kurobara's body for a while. In order to try and get her to make sure his body is kept safe. He ends up teasing her by doing what he usually does, is when he's trying to tickle her, and slaps him and realizes it's Yusuke inside Kurobara. And my other favorite moment is when he proposes that when he's going off to the demon world for a bit, when he comes back, they'll get married, and then when they reunite, at least in the anime, because that's all I've watched really of Yu Yu Hakusho, is when she's finally getting tired of waiting, he shows up, and then they officially become a couple and kiss. So there's that. Edward and Winry, I think I kind of mentioned earlier how they've like sort of sort of like for Edward, she's like the bridge to like their old life and someone that he can confine into. So and that's sort of like a confidant, like Steve said. In many ways, I think she represents. I think for Edward, Winry represents the good of humanity and stuff. So, which is why my favorite moment is when he stops her from trying to shoot Scar, saying that your hands are supposed to help to preserve life, not take it, and of course the proposal thing at the end. So I'm just quickly doing that because I'm pretty certain Steve and you, Lucky, would like to get on to the next topic.
Let us get into semi-canon or implied ship. Now, I didn't necessarily put a specific top 5 because I think there's many variables I can go into. So you guys can list however many as y'all want.
Oh, that's
Well,
good.
me personally, the semi-canon sort of overlaps with a later topic of couples that you want to see become canon, at least for me anyway. But so I'll try and separate those as best as I can by my criteria of semi-canon, which is, oh my god, can you not say you love each other, please? And with that, I'll get my semi-canon ship out of the way because I only have one. And again, I've seen a lot of anime, but also there's not a whole lot of anime that's got the type of romance we're trying to look for here. So, with that being said, my semi-canon ship would be Shinichi Kudo and Ron Mori from Detective Conan. And the only reason they're semi-canon, in my opinion, is because of this over big obstacle that these two have to overcome, which is Shinichi cannot spit it out that he loves Ron and admit that he and Detective Conan are one and the same, because as of this video and as of the time this video is uploaded, they still have not caught the guy who first turned Conan into a kid. And it's been over 1,000 chapters at this point. And God knows how many anime episodes. But, as to, when did I ship them? The first episode. Pretty much these two are just high school sweethearts. And, he would have, if things didn't turn out the way they turned out, him turning into a kid, they just would have ended up together working with Ron's dad as consulting detectives for the Japanese police. As far as best moments or funny moments, again, there's tons that anyone can choose from. My personal favorite moment between the two would be in the Detective Conan versus Lupin the Third movie, where Shinichi jumps off a roof to save Ron from falling. I think that's a pretty at least that's more in recent memory. As for a funny moment together, I forget which episode of the anime this is, but there's an episode that involves trying to prove the innocence of Ron's friend Serena, or I should say Sonoko. And in that episode, Sonoko takes a picture of Ron in a bikini and sends it to Shinichi, who immediately saves it in his phone, and I thought that was pretty funny. But anyone else have any semi-canon ships?
You want me to go next, Lucky Chi, because I can?
Go ahead.
Okay, the first one is for Assassination Classroom, Nagisa and Kayano.
I was gonna say that one too.
No, let's see. Anyways, they're pretty much the Nagisa and Kayano are pretty much the main male student and main female student, which for the Assassination Classroom, in which Nagisa is the one that's sort of like the viewpoint of the series, since the central character is Kuro Sensei, this sort of tentacle monster that cannot be killed, that it needs to be killed, otherwise the world will be destroyed. But no one can kill him except for these students in class 3E. I'm sorry. Let's see. But yeah. Now, these two are always together, but it's not until towards the end of the series when you learn more of Kayano's past and stuff, and then due to circumstances, Nagisa must kiss her to save her, and she then starts to fall in love with him. Let's see. But she's not trying to get in the way of his assassination stuff, but yeah. So yeah, so there's that, and let's see, it's kind of like a nice ship where there's let's see, they look quite alike. Well, when she's wearing, let's see, they look quite a bit alike. Let's see, their friendship is nice, and let's see, the only way, let's see, and they're sort of very close. Now, it's never really confirmed towards the end of the series on whether or not they've gotten together or not, or implied that they like each other. I mean, the last thing we got was when one of the other students asked her, let's see, kind of how you and Nagisa, but she says, "Oh, he's very busy with his teaching and stuff." So it's not. So we have no idea if they are in a relationship or not in a relationship and stuff. But you kind of want them to be in a sort of let's see, so that kind of thing. So let's see. So yeah, there's pretty much, they practically, you feel like they should be a couple, pretty much. Let's see. And the best moment is when they're doing the kiss moment, which was just kind of funny actually, because no one saw it coming, and it's like that. The second ship I want to do is Mustang and Hawkeye from Full Metal Alchemist.
God damn it, Blue.
No!
That was my first implied ship.
What can I say? Well, sorry.
Blue right now for stealing our thumbs.
I guess it's payback time, huh?
Well, let's face it. When you watch Full Metal Alchemist, you're definitely going to ship Edward and Winry, and you're definitely going to ship Roy and Mustang. Mostly because
Roy and Riza, because Roy Mustang is his name.
Roy Mustang and Riza Hawkeye. Sorry, my mistake there. Now, they're clearly let's see, Roy Mustang has got a bit of a reputation of being a bit of a play-up boy, a bit of a womanizer, while Hawkeye is sort of his professional lieutenant thing. And they work together well. Let's see, she keeps him in line. She's loyal to him as let's see, commander and stuff. Let's see, they have a bit of a history due to the fact he was a student of her father. Then they joined the military together, went to fought in the Ishval and Civil War together. Both have sort of dark trauma from that, and they both want to change the country. They're sort of this two work buddies who have this very professional, have this very close relationship, but for professional reasons don't want to get involved just so it might compromise their jobs and stuff. Which is the only reason why they're probably not together. I mean, let's see, because I think as the mangaka said that these two clearly love each other, but due to the professionalism of their careers, they do not pursue a relationship due to the fact that it would be questionable and favoritism, nepotism, blah, 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 stuff like that. I think my favorite moment between the two is when Roy Mustang finally finds, let's see, his best friend's killer in Envy and brutally burns him near to death and stuff. Which Hawkeye is just this is a bit horrified to see, because on one hand she probably doesn't care about Envy. It's seeing what Roy, let's see, Mustang might become if he goes through with it, tries to stop him and stuff, and along with, let's see, Edward.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of hard to watch. I was like, whoa.
It's I think this is the kind of brilliant thing about FMA right here. It's everyone wants to see Envy die. Let's see, for killing.
I actually liked it in a way. I mean, it's hard, but I liked it.
I did too.
Wanted to see him for what he did to Roy's Mustang's best friend, given the fact he's just left this little girl without a father and stuff.
Plus, sorry to interrupt for a second, look. Plus, it's always kind of built to the idea that he has one of the deadliest alchemical powers, so to speak. but we never actually see how deadly it can be, and what
until this very moment.
And then you're terrified, and then you're like, oh, you need to chill.
It's like, give some justice, and when you actually see the justice, it's like, this feels too far. It's like hard to watch. It's like, in many ways, it's kind of like how probably most in real life people, you think people should deserve the harshest, cruelest punishment you can get, but when you actually see it, you're like, on a human level, you're just like, this is too much. And let's see, she tries and she stops him. Granted, also with the assistance of Edward and Scar, but you clearly could see that. See, it's her that he clearly feels an emotional vulnerability to. And the other bit is when I like between them is when she asks Roy to get rid of burn her back with the formula for the flame alchemy. Because after
that's already 2 moments. Thank you very much.
Sorry, my mistake. Okay, I'll go.
What am I supposed to say afterwards?
Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay. Anyway, my next one will be from a silent voice, Shoko and Shoya.
You!
I'm taking everyone's ships today. Sorry.
If I were to have a death note right now, I would be like, alright, start.
Wait, I missed this one. Which one?
A silent voice, Shoko and Shoya.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Let's see. The manga series that was adapted into a movie, in which two teenagers who knew each other from like mid school, or let's see, at least Japan's version of primary, maybe, where
I think it was elementary.
Elementary, yeah. But it probably means primary for the UK standards. But yeah, in which this sort of troublemaking boy ends up meeting this deaf girl who struggles with class and stuff, gets annoyed with her, picks on her, but when it gets too far, let's see, the rest of the class and even the teacher uses the boy as a scapegoat for how bad the bullying has gotten. And as a result, his entire life has been ruined. He's lost all his friends and stuff. He's a loner. He shuts himself from the world, and when he's just about to kill himself, let's see, before that, he's going to re-meet the girl and just apologize and then go kill himself, but ends up asking to be friends. And it's a sort of story of redemption, as he tries to help build the bridges that he lost for her. And even connecting with some old classmates and all that stuff. And even saves, and in many ways, she helps, Shoko, I think, or for a reason to live, and in a sense, she also becomes a reason for him to live, and I think, I'm going to say my 2 favorite moments, is when, Shoya tries to confess by saying, by actually speaking instead of just trying to do sign language, but he mistakes it for moon, which is kind of funny.
I was kind of cute, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, so it's like that, and and when he saves her from committing suicide, when her past bullying is revealed to like the new friends, and it tears the group apart, and she blames himself, and he he saves her life, even though it nearly kills him and stuff, and he's in a sort of a coma for like an entire volume. Now, they sort of make amends and stuff at the end, but you can never tell if they actually got together as a canon couple or not, but it might be implied, but you kind of wish it was. It's
pretty close, like, especially if you look at the manga, it's pretty close.
Yeah. So there's that. For my next one is Ruby and Sapphire from the Pokemon Adventures manga. In which...
Isn't that one canon, though?
Well, I'm not sure, because by the end of the Ruby and Sapphire arc, well, they did confess their feelings to each other. Ruby acts like it never happened, and Sapphire tries to bring it up. And Sapphire it's only brought up again once in Emerald when Ruby kind of accidentally mentions it. So she says, "Oh, so you do remember," but afterwards you don't get anything else. I haven't really read Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, so I can't really tell if they actually got together there, but... So, my favourite moment is when the two confess to each other. Let's see. And Ruby reveals that, yeah, he's the boy that saved her all those days ago. And my final one is the Double Arts manga that was cancelled. Let's see, with Kira and Elaine, which you have these two that have to hold hands due to the fact that Elaine is, a victim of the sort of disease that kills people, and she's not allowed to touch anyone. But Kira is immune to the thing and even keeps her alive. So they need to work together and survive to make sure back to like the order that she's a part of to try and see if they can use his strange abilities to cure this disease once and for all. Now, I think these two would have become canon together towards the end. Towards the last manga chapter implies that she likes her, but due to the fact that Double Arts was cancelled, we're never going to see that. Okay, I'm done. If I say any more ships, that might get any you two more mad at me.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, I started that anyway, stealing all your ships. So I guess we're even now, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one of my implied ships, of course, was Riza, Hawkeye, and Roy Mustang, because everyone who read or saw Full Metal Alchemist understands why these two just click, and the way they work together and the way they act like surrogate parents for Ed and Al. They really take even care at some point of Winry, if I remember correctly, while she comes to the town after, I think, she stays with, what was his name that eventually dies. Cannot remember right now. But anyway, they're not the point of the discussion right now. Why they're compatible, I mean, Blue already kind of said most of it, so I'm just going to repeat myself a bit. They just work together and they just balance together each other. Sorry, and even though they don't get that canonship status, you kind of understand that it's implied anyway by the things they work, by the things they do together. And now, in terms of moments, Blue kind of stole the moment, so I don't know what to say about that, but is there, if I'm correctly, after the whole fire scene and everything, at some point, Riza gets shot or something like that. I don't know, she kind of like gets hurt in a way. And for the first time, we see Roy somehow, how should I say it, just dropping that bad boy mask, and he, upon seeing Riza hurt, he becomes very gentle, and we see this side of his, which I also like very much. Another implied ship, I think, could be considered Princess Mononoke and Ashikata. Yeah, they don't get canon, but their relationship through the whole movie, it's like, how should I say it, two opposites coming together. And at some point, they actually do come together, and they want to fight for the forest spirit. And especially Ashikata kind of tries to do good by everyone and trying to, I don't know, make everyone understand each other, but sadly, that isn't the case. But yeah, I like how they were also kind of implied, despite that. And at the end of it, if I remember correctly, they do part ways. Then Another one which is very much implied but isn't actually canon since it's still, well, the next series is kind of ongoing. It's not so Lucy. I mean, it's very, 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 very much implied, and they are behind some of the, stories from the Dragon Force, but they never actually do get confirmed as canon, which was really weird, because I think you would have expected it to get a crystal clear confirmation, although in his way of writing this and the exposition, it's pretty clear that Hiro is gonna have Natsu and Lucy be together at the end of it. But yeah, in Fairy Tail, ironically, they don't get that indisputable, so to speak, canon status, and it's more so implied than anything. And since we talked about earlier that this would also go more into the implied section than actual canon would be Chihiro and Haku. Now I realize for the other two, I forgot to say which were my favorite moments. But anyway, I'm gonna come back for a little bit after that. Yeah, they are also, I mean, we all know how that happens. We all know that eventually Chihiro just returns back to her world and Haku remains in the spirited world. But likewise, they were very much implied in the way their dynamics worked, and it just, that it was a subtle thing, it wasn't in your face, because it wasn't even Miyazaki's way of, showing things. His exposition is really gentle and really, how should I say it, more symbolical than anything else. And of course, so I don't forget, like I did with the other two, my favorite moment is when he remembers his name, and then somehow he transforms and everything. That it's a very how should I say it? The scene in itself and the whole scenery is very fantasy-ish, so to speak. Very fairy. But yeah. And then another, and this would be the last ship. Al and what's her name? May from Full Metal Alchemist. Because with them,
Oh, the short one. Yeah, I forgot about that.
yeah, with them it's also implied, and more so on the end. It's not something that you see because their paths seem to be very divergent up to a certain point when actually they come together, and I like them because I don't know, they were both these how should I say, cute little kids, very sensitive at their core. And when May first meets him, despite Al being in the suit of armor, in the suit of metal, she sees past that, and ironically said, she sees the human behind that, and she loves just how should I say it, mannered Al is, because he's softer than Ed. Ed is the explosive one that always gets pissed if you call him piss quick, or how was it? But Al, he's like, okay, dude, chill. Let's be nice. Let's be anyway. And I like that little thing at the end where when they both decide to go and visit the world, Al says that he's gonna go back to, I don't know, China to visit May. And kind of like, I'm not sure if I remember this out of my head or it was a real thing that happened. Uh, in the idea that he wants to be kind of like the man May hoped or thought he would be, something like that. There is an idea like that. I cannot remember exactly the words right now. But yeah, I thought that was a nice touch. And to end with the other two favorite moments, for Natsu and Lucy, of course, coming from a Narasaki background, when that forehead scene happened between Natsu and Lucy, I don't know if you guys remember. I cannot remember exactly in which arc. I just have the image.
Was it during the Grand Magic Games? I think that might have been.
I think, right? The Grand Magic Games. And Natsu just pulls her really close and he touches his forehead on her forehead. And I was like, oh,
Yeah, that was during the Grand Magic Games. I remember that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I thought that was, such a sweet scene that could have happened between Naruto and Sakura as well. Which actually happens in Naruto, but between Itachi and Sasuke. So, yeah. And then for Princess Mononoke and Ashikata, I actually like a fight between them in the beginning, where she's very wild and she's, Ashikata was this peaceful little guy, but she's like, nah, she's not having it. And I don't know, I guess I just like this mix of wildness combined with diplomacy that goes between the two. And the fact that despite their two different sides and differences overall, anyway, they just come together and fight together and find a common ground to work on. So yeah, this would be it for my implied ships, and this is the last 5 ships I have because for the other 2 sections I only have 3 or 4. Should have been canon, I have 4, but worst I have only 3. And I guess 2 of them you know already which ones are, but that's another thing for another time.
Now, aside from the ones that Blue Star and Chatte mentioned, thank you very much, Blue.
Not my fault. You make me watch and read many of the mangas you have for the Manga Wars podcast. Of course, I'm going to have similar ships to you.
But I should mention that some of the implied ships didn't exactly make it onto my list, so it's actually quite different from a lot of you. So the only ones I'm going to mention is really Nagisa and Kayano for pretty much the same reasons that Blue Star mentioned. And my favorite moment, I mean, come on. Did y'all see the way Nagisa kissed Kayano? I'm joking. That's funny. But no, my favorite moment with them two, I want to say, and this might have happened in the manga, but it was, I want to say, like a Valentine's Day chapter ish of sorts, where she gives Nagisa the letter. That was cute. And I think the biggest implication I got from these two is that when they were talking to Nagisa and she puts her hand on her stomach and it glows, I was like, is she carrying what I think she's carrying? Because it's the only implication you get whenever you see stuff like that. So there's that. Now there's only 2 more that I actually have for implied ships. I mean, they're both Kishi related, directly and indirectly. So let me get the first one out of the way. This actually comes from Samurai 8. which is
Oh,
Hachimaru and Anne. And let me.
I was actually thinking about them.
Samurai 8 is Kishimoto's second major manga series.
No, we cannot actually call that major. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not major. After what happened,
It was supposed to be, but got cancelled.
I got halfway through. I'll get legitimately, and I'll say this: it's probably the only main couple pairing that I actually do really like. Out of aside from the obvious one that we've mentioned time and time again, but one of the things that I really liked about these two is that throughout the entire course of the manga, I'm not going to spoil anything since I got canceled, but I'm pretty sure that there are some people here who haven't checked it out, but it's pretty closely related to the two of them, along with one more character. It's not a person per se, but it's a pet. But the entire story so far within Samurai was about their dynamic, their relationship, and the thing that worried me a little bit, as well, more so with Anne, because Hachimaru kind of does give off a Naruto-ish vibe to him, where he is kind of a beat, but he's got the smarts aspect to him. Bit of a brat, but then again, Naruto was kind of that too in the beginning. Not as much, but yeah. Dumb is the better word to say. But in the beginning, when you see Anne, initially what worried me was that she kind of had the same personality that Hinata had a little bit. So I was like, yeah, don't know how this is going to turn out. But then, and why they're compatible, I think is well, like I said, they work pretty well with one another. And you kind of get to see how their dynamic grows from them being total strangers to them ultimately becoming friends, and something much more than that towards the end of the series, even though it got rushed to the max. But something that really stood out to me about Anne is that she first met Hachimaru. This will more so go into my favorite moments. Was he kind of brushed her off a little bit because he tried to ask what her name was again, and see, if this was Hinata, you would think, oh, she's just gonna be all mopey and stuff. But oh my god, Anne, what she does is she gives him an attitude and brushes him off. Not necessarily like the way Sakura did, but she would just turn away from the corner. Imagine going into part 2 for Naruto, and when Sakura asked Naruto if she's changing, he's like, "Nah, you pretty much look the same." It's that kind of reaction that she gives Hachi. And then I think another funny moment that happens with the two of them was when he was asking Anne for seconds, and she'd be like, "Yeah, get it yourself," and just Hachi would think that it was a form of rejection, as to what his master said, and Anne in the corner would just be giggling off, very similarly to the way that Sakura went. So I thought that was kind of cute. And thematically, there are definite parallels to Naruto Saga, which Chat knows about because I
do.
Mm-hmm.
I've read the manga. For your podcast.
So here's the thing. So, aside from the scene that directly mirrors the 5 Kage Summit, should I tell you guys that there was a bench scene too? Yeah.
That seems to be a motive in Kishi's writing.
I wonder if perhaps maybe he met his wife on the bench scene, and that's why.
I was actually gonna ask that myself. What did something romantically happen to him on the bench, and then he decided to use it? That's cute. admittedly.
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
Because I know
Yeah.
Yuji also got married in around the 5th year of Naruto, or it's 2004, was 2005. So I assume he must have been at least in a relationship for quite a while.
Yeah.
Probably.
So, yeah. But anyway, continue.
You had that, and the bench scene almost runs similarly because okay, it's not that Hachi goes into disguise as someone else that Anne likes, but he was kind of like showing off in a way where he was like giving lies and whatnot. And ironically, that's kind of where the crux of their relationship kind of allows them to grow and whatnot. And there is his version of a promise of a lifetime, much like how Naruto's was to Sakura.
Stop making me curious.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into specifics as to what that is, since I know some of y'all haven't read it yet. Well, more so, Steve in chat. But yeah, it's the similarities like really jumped out at me when, like, as I got further along into it. So, and the way it ends, like it doesn't necessarily end them off like as like okay they're together, but you can pretty much tell just by how Kishi wrote it, especially after how things went in Naruto, that it was these two from the get go.
I might read it. I don't know. It just made me curious about the similarities, that's all. Which is ironic because I said I'm never going to do something about this.
You know, right? Like, at first I wasn't going to either, but then I was like, I'm like, well, it's been more than 5 years. I guess I'll give it a shot and see what it's about.
Cool. Oh well, we'll live and see. Anyway, I don't know if I have the time, but I might. That's some fun.
Which now then gets me to my last implied canon. And this one's the indirectly one because it's not exactly related to Kishi, but it's more so towards his brother Seishi. And Blue, I think, knows exactly where I'm going with this. It's gonna be Geo Freed and Ruby from Opar Center. Or
Oh, yeah, I know this one.
or in terms of Japan, 6668, if y'all want to go by that title too. I'll say this: like, if you like that relationship, I would say is a more mature stance on Narusaku per se. I can't exactly say that Geo likes Ruby off the gate, like how when we got introduced to Naruto, he liked Sakura. But it is one of those things that, like, as the story progresses, like you see, them get to that point. But the thing about Opart Hunter is that initially, you know, it's about Geo wanting to, you know, just wanting money. And at the first, Ruby's like, "Wait, but why?" And he's like, "Well, you see, my entire goal is to conquer the world, and yeah." So it was interesting, to say the least. And at first, it was kind of like this relationship of like, all right, I'm the bodyguard and I'm the one who's protecting you, and then it goes into a much deeper relationship with her because Geo, I'm not gonna say immediately becomes friends with her. It's a thing that, you know, it's a more gradual. It's a more gradual progression. Another reason why they're compatible is that they're both willing to do whatever it takes to be there for the other person. Like if Gio was in his low points, she would be there to save him, and if Ruby was ever in her low points, then he would do the same thing. And it's not something that you see at first. Like at first, it's like, all right, yeah, of course, 'cause it's kind of typical because the bodyguard thing. But then, like I said, as the story progresses, you see how he starts genuinely caring about her, and while Ruby off the gate kind of likes Geo, it doesn't get really serious until later on in the story. So that's why they're compatible. It's more of like a mutual thing between the two of them. Favorite moments. Now this one I actually had to go back and check because I was like, man, it's been a while since I've actually read the story. But I think my all-time favorite moment between the two of them is actually a funny one. It was after they took care of someone, and Ruby was like, "Yeah, I decided I want to be friends with you," and just Geo off the gate was like, yeah, thanks, but no thanks." She's like, "But why? Why not?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'll be your bodyguard, but you'd better pay me." And she complains to him, going like, "I told you I'm broke," and he just says, "Then," and she's like, "Then what?" And I think the funniest thing that happened in the scene is he says, "Well, until you can pay me, I'll just have to follow you around." And it just left her thinking, like, "Wait, follow me around? Follow me around?" And then she just kind of realized, she's like, "Oh, ha ha ha, real funny." He's just, just walking off in the background, just like with a cheeky laugh. And I thought that was actually kind of cute. And it's like I said, like, it's not until like a little bit later where there's like a genuine affection between the two of them. But it's a subtle one, I'll say. That's actually my implied shifts.
Dun, 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 dun.
So next
boy.
we're gonna tackle arguably the most difficult topic.
Difficult because we all agree on one thing. Because so we have to decide, well, which one of us is going to take that first plunge.
Ladies first.
Yeah, so the
Go
topic
ahead.
we're gonna tackle into is the worst canon ships. So go ahead, Chatte.
Yeah, it's not any amazement that for me it's gonna be of course Sasusaku, Naruhina, and Light and Mizamane from Death Note.
Oh,
Ew. I didn't like that one either because she seemed more like an obsessed fangirl.
yeah, I can imagine.
Not actually a person in a relationship. And she's like, how should I say it? She's Hinata and Sakura. Uh,
Taken to the extreme measure, I'll say.
yes, exactly. Thank you for pointing that out for me. She's the extreme version of the former too. And that's why I don't like it. She's just also a satellite character, and I think that
Well, Light doesn't even consider that much of her as the other.
exactly, it's just she's put there to kind of like be demeaned, which is sad because she also had the Shinigami, and imagine the cool things that could have happened for her too.
Yeah,
It would have been nice to, I don't know, maybe she could have been the opposite of Light in the sense that to be an actual, how should I say it, enemy maybe to him and his wrongdoings. That would have been interesting. But don't get me wrong, other than that, I just love the series. Death Note is one of my all-time favorites. Just not in this aspect.
same. I mean, I have a lot I could say about the story after Elle's taken care of, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, afterwards. But anyway, overall, it's a really good scene. And for the other two, do I have to repeat myself? I mean, I've said this, and I'm gonna also actually, I have for the future for my blog a series of detailed posts of why they're bad, and it's not just that I have a personal. I mean, I come from a Sasaki and Narhina background because, of course, like almost any other fan Naruto, I started seeing the anime first, and the anime changed the story up to heavens. But anyway, once you get to the actual manga, you kind of see that there's a different story there. Why I consider them worst? Naruto might not be that bad as Sasuke because it's not. It's more like a subtle one, but Sasuke is goddamn right in your face.
I think the problem with Naruhina, and I talked about this with my cousin, but I think it falters a lot of execution
Mm-hmm.
before it
Yeah.
connects.
And the execution at the end just ruined it because it also has some problems if you go a little bit deeper into the way the execution was done. But if it were to be done different, I don't think anyone would have had any problems with it. Yeah, we would have been pissed that maybe Kishi played on both fronts, but at least we would have had two fronts, not just a totally direct front, at least from Naruto's part, and we had an implied one and subtle changing and stuff like that from Sakura. So yeah, but Sasaki, no, it's just the ultimate no. It's I don't care what people think. I don't care the excuses people try to find it. I don't. I really don't care. It's bad. It's so bad. I think I could write a thesis on it. And I probably will, because, for example, my Naruto symbolism posts, less of them have like 8,000 words. So once I get into something like that, I just go home.
Enough. I'm summit. That's all I'm gonna say for that one.
So yeah, but it's just no, it doesn't work the way Sasuke treats Sakura, and at sometimes, I mean, I've always said it, people, and I'm gonna make this a bit longer, and I'm sorry about this. I'm gonna be a little bit blue here. People always excuse Sasuke's behavior because of how Itachi treated him, with the whole manipulative stuff and abuse and everything else. So he's like that, look what Itachi did to him. But then Sasuke goes and does the same thing to Sakura, and suddenly everyone just forgets about this little detail. And I'm like, how? Because, okay, I get that he's hurt. He's not the only one hurt in this world. But that doesn't give him the right to act like an ass. I'm sorry to say it. Maybe you can just put a beat there. And it's something I really like. I'm going to make a little bit of parallel to Jujutsu Kaisen. And a little bit of, I mean, it's not spoiler by that time because it was, by this time because it was actually something that happened in the, I think last week's episode. I don't know if you guys saw it, but there is this fight between Panda and Mekamaru. And Mekamaru kind of excuses his behavior, and the reason he's so bad is because, well, he suffered. And then comes Panda and says, okay, maybe you suffered, but that doesn't give you the right to act like this. And when I saw that line in Jujutsu Kaisen, I was like, thank you, God! Finally, something that says it right to the young audience. And that's the problem, because don't get me wrong, I mean, I agree that Sasuke had his rough past, but as I said, that doesn't give him the right to act as an ass to the others. And with him, it's not a thing that, oh, he's being hurt. No. The portrayal is that he is very much, he has a problem of ego. So it's not the fact that, oh, I'm suffering. It's, oh, no, my ego is suffering. Because I'm not that strong, or I'm not this, or I'm, okay, that's your problem, but that doesn't give you the the right to just, for example, for me, what kind of killed it for Sasusaku, even when I watched the anime, was the hospital scene. Sakura was standing there, cutting apples,
Oh,
taking
yeah.
care.
When he flicks it away, yeah, I remember.
And I'm like, are you beating me right now? I mean, really. I could have understood in any other moment that maybe Sakura would have been, her usual self that kind of is like pushy and everything. But then and there, really? No. No, 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 no. And then they just try to kill each other. And there's clearly, Sasuke had to be transformed into a Naruto, into someone who's warm, into someone who's caring, into someone who's this, and that, for the relationship to work. Which means the relationship didn't work. Their dynamics were dysfunctional. And that's clear all throughout the manga. And I already showed that in my Naruto symbolism flower between darkness and light. So I'm not going to repeat. Whoever wants can read it on my blog. But yeah, they just don't work. And the problem with Nahina, and I'm going to be quick here, and I'm going to close off what I have to say, is the execution, like you said yourself earlier, Lakichi. If we would have had a lot more development, I think people would have accepted it easier. And the fact that at the end they tried to deny, Naruto and what was happening between them, and the fact that they had Naruto fall in love through a genjutsu is basically, it's guilt tripping, and guilt tripping is like the first step to larger abuse, because it starts with the little things, and it just adds up and piles up, and then it ends in really abusive situation later on. Of course, it's not shown like we see in Sasaku's case, which is a clear abuse. Let me tell you that. Because that was the actual goddamn theme of the manga. Systematic abuse. The
He
system
tried
of
to Chidori her in the heart.
exactly, and I'm like, how can you forgive that? How can you say that's the proof of pure love?
They go like, "Oh, but Sasuke was just defending himself."
Look.
Okay, that doesn't take away of the fact that he tried to Chidori her.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe he was trying, yeah, because they were actually trying to kill each other, and it goes back to what I'm saying. Their dynamics don't work. And in that moment, Sakura made her decision. Even later on, when Sasuke and Naruto fight. In that moment, it's clear you have Sasuke and Naruto. And when danger occurred, between them fighting and everything, Sakura's initial response, how should I say it? Not initial. There's a term, and the word is not coming to me right now.
Incentive? Maybe
Is it what? Sorry.
I think it's incentive. Like her incentive was to save Naruto.
Yeah, she immediately called Naruto's name, not Sasuke's. So that's why when people say, it was a lie. No, sorry, I'm not going to say the word. Shoo. It wasn't a lie. The lie was, of course, that she wasn't care about Sasuke anymore. That was clear that she still had to solve that issue. But her instinct was to call Naruto's name. And that falls into the theme of real Sakura versus conditioned Sakura. And real Sakura, it was clear. It was Naruto all along. While the conditioned Sakura, of course, was Sasuke. So yeah, basically, this is it for me. And I think we could talk hours and hours and hours about this, but I think I talked a lot. And yeah, I need to leave you guys to it.
So, should I go next, or do you want Steve to go next?
Go ahead, please. You can go.
Okay, before let's see, I go into like the Naruto ones. I think I'll try and do some of the ones outside here. Now, one of them, let's see. First, I'll go with let's see. This one's a bit of an original one because Chat also mentioned one of these as well, and there's another one that I've got, but let's see, that's not technically confirmed canon, but let's see, maybe, but let's see. And granted, you're just gonna probably dislike me for saying it, Lucky Chi, but first off, I'm gonna go with the Future Diary manga, Yuki and Yuno.
I agree.
You agree with that one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, so it's like Future Diary is pretty much the monthly manga series in which most people are introduced to the character, let's see, archetype of yandere, which is a sort of like a bit of an obsessive, let's see, violent girl, let's see, in love with like a boy. The closest that, let's see, outside I think people can think of is Rota Ninja Hinata. Who does not, let's see, despite the fact that she has the extreme traits, everyone claims to despise her Sakura, Hina fans still love her because, oh my god, look how confident she is. All that stuff, but anyway. I don't like the Future Diary of Yuno and let's see, Yuki and Yuno. The reason why, let's see, I don't really like, let's see, them being an official canon couple is mostly due to the fact, well, on one hand, Yuno finds Yuki cute at first and all that stuff, and then she sort of seems to replicate the feelings, but then as time goes on, she learns more disturbing things about Yuki, and then she even kidnaps him at one point, even when he's starting to open up to her. It's like, you don't need to go this far and all that stuff. And of course, due to this stuff, she turns her down and stuff. But eventually ends up relying on her more because she seems to be the skill amongst the two of them in order to not be killed by the other future diary holders. Eventually ends up, let's see, falling for her, even though it's like you clearly have many, let's see, quite a fair share of reasons not to be in a relationship with her. And all that stuff. Now, granted, towards the end of the series, it's like she finally admits that, yeah, probably best that we're not being together, but it seems like he got together with the Yuki from another universe kind of thing, which, okay, she's not like the Yuki from the thing, but still like, it's like, why would Yuno have these feelings when it's like she's clearly kidnapped him, lied to him, and all that stuff? It's like, it's just not really healthy. That thing. I'm not sure if there are any healthy yandere relationships, but at the moment, I don't really see this ship as healthy. Even the next one I'm going to go on to is Light Yagami and Mikasa.
Misa.
Misa.
Sorry, yeah, it's just that. So yeah, even though I've not fully finished Death Note, I do know the fact that, let's see, Misa is completely head over heels in love with Light Yagami just because she killed her parents' killer. So it's like, let's see, so she has this sort of like obsession towards loving him, and she allows himself to be used as a manipulative pawn, and it's clear that Light does not really isn't romantically involved with. Okay, he finds, there might be a few instances where she's impressed by him, but in the end, he will dispose of her as a pawn if she is no more use to him. In fact, it's constantly called her a bit of an idiot for some of her own screw-ups and stuff.
I mean, the only instances where you could say he felt something was when he had his mind wiped, but even then, that's kind of shaky.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, I've not gotten to that bit yet, but yeah. And even if I go into the live-action Death Note US movie, which is really bad.
Talk about that. We don't talk about that.
And even if you go to that movie, you still, and they're kind of reversed, where he likes her, but she's not really interested in him until like the Death Note stuff. She threatens to kill him unless she gives him the Death Note. Even writes her name in it, and when he's gonna die and stuff. But yeah, but still, it's like these two should not be together. Now, this one isn't really canon yet, confirmed canon yet. It might be, but I think Lucky Chi's going to have a go at me for this one, but I think there's an aspect to Eren and Historia that's not exactly.
Excuse me?
Here it goes.
Now, don't get me wrong. I think it's a well-developed ship. This is not really more of the two characters together. It's just more of what. Let's see. In many ways, they're actually probably a bit more healthy because they're a bit open towards each other and all that stuff. My reason of saying that this is not really a good ship is more of just the situation around it, where like.
Yeah, but can you say it's the worst ship? I mean,
No,
it's not
no.
the worst.
That's the thing, Blue. Is it the worst because of how the relationship is, or
it's more of just what that relationship might just do to the rest of the world. It's like the relationship that might have destroyed the world. So I'm not sure if whether or not I should count it. The only thing I can really say that's bad is that when Eren confesses to her his plans for what he's going to do, he offers to erase her memories of it and stuff. It's like, but yeah. So, but granted, I might also say that anyway, I think Eren shouldn't be with either Historia or Mikasa, mostly because. Let's see, Eren just because of what Eren's gonna do, but let's see, with Mikasa, it's because she's too a bit docile when it comes to Eren, but yeah, so they should become canon either, but I don't know, maybe, so perhaps I should just get on to Nahina and Sasusaku now, before I enrage you any further, Lucky Chi.
you are dead to me at this point. I'm joking.
I'm sorry, what?
You are dead to me at this point.
You cursed yourself, Luke.
Yeah, I've become Lucky Chi's #1 enemy. But but it's not really a bad ship, so I don't really think I can count it. But see, I suppose if I was to count.
Sorry to interrupt. It's not even the thing. It's a bad ship. It's worst. You know, it's even more than that.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
So I don't really count it, but let's see. So yeah, so maybe that was like, so I wasted a bit of time there, but the really bad ships, of course. See, I couldn't find a top 5, so I thought I'd try and do that. The only other thing I could think of maybe is Goku and Chi-Chi, but I'm not really. But they have actually some good moments. The only thing I find bad is the fact in Super, it's revealed that Goku has never kissed her. You've been married for years and you've never kissed her.
Super's weird.
And as I mentioned, you've had 2 kids.
I was about to ask her, okay, how did the kids come out?
That's what I was going to say, too. I was like, okay.
That's weird.
Up until that point, I was like, all right, Super's okay. But then that moment, I'm like, I don't
know. And this is, not to mention, this is happening both the anime and the manga. So, like, but anyway.
Yeah.
But it's like, anyway, but the 2 bad ships, let's see, for Nahina, while it's more of the fan base that is just insufferable, and the ship itself, really, but,
Oh, but they might say the same thing about us now.
Yeah, but let's see.
They've been saying it for years anyway.
Yeah, but they're pretty much the main reason why I turned from Nahina to Narasaku, but, let's see, but... Anyway, the reason why Nahina just does not work is just because Hinata is just so Naruto-centric that she seems to prioritize him over everything else. The worst moment I can think of is, let's see.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Yeah.
Let's see. The first moment is, let's see, when she's confessing to the pain thing. Everyone says, "Oh, she's saving Naruto." No, she's doing a suicidal charge that
she's giving him PTSD.
Yeah, nearly killed.
In fact, when we've mentioned this before, you could have replaced her with the Haruka, and it would have been much more impactful.
Oh, yeah. So much more.
Yep.
Details
straight from out of my mouth.
But
literally anyone else could have been in her shoes and nothing would have changed.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So yeah. So yeah, you pretty much do the suicide charge, nearly die, guilting Naruto that in fact that she's ended up dying from it, gets angry, turns into the turns to six of his nine tails form, which could have damaged the village if Pain didn't move out from the village and all that stuff, because when Naruto at this point is in the nine tails chakra mode, he attacks friend and foe alike. The only reason this stopped is because Minato, in advance, placed a sort of like a bit of his chakra and consciousness inside Naruto to reactivate the seal and even have a talk with him and all that stuff. So it's like her actions were selfish. And yes, the anime, now granted, I assume most Nihina fans, who are mostly anime watchers, mostly think of the scene from like the anime perspective, which Studio Period did, that makes it look in a much better light, but still, it's still bad, not to mention they went all this animation on this episode, and they've ruined perhaps the best part of the Naruto versus Pain fight when he goes tailed beast mode. But anyway, the other thing that is really just annoying about with the Nahina thing is the fact that you have Neji sacrificing his life to protect them, and when Hinata gives Naruto a pep talk, okay, fine, not bad, I guess.
But Blue, he brought them closer together.
Okay, yeah, that's another reason why this ship is bad, but yeah. But the thing that really infuriates me is like, once Naruto grabs her hand, she's thinking, Naruto's hand's so big and warm and stuff. It's like, you're doing this literally behind the corpse of your deceased cousin.
2 seconds.
But if Sakura says that Naruto makes her feel safe in another moment that isn't that horrendous anyway, if you take it by comparison, she's a bitch. You know, the double standard.
Okay, but yeah, it's like she is so Naruto-centric focused that, let's see, you have other priorities to deal with. Okay, yes, in the war, during day one, your main point is the reason of the war is fighting to protect Naruto. Okay, I can understand that, but outside of that kind of stuff, it's like when you're thinking of Naruto, it's like, it's like, it's like, dude, there are other priorities. The only time when I think she's not got Naruto on her mind is that brief scene after a conversation between between her father and, let's see, Neji's father. Let's see, and you see these Hinata and Neji working together. It's literally one of the only few scenes I can think of in which Hinata's not Naruto-centric focus, or anything like that. And it's like that. It's like, ugh. Not to mention, when you've got this freaking movie which ruined the entirety of Naruto just to get those two together, you practically have Naruto guilt-tripped into loving Hinata. But it's like, guilt trip is just wrong. Now, okay, yes, Naruto, Hinata could have possibly gotten together if Sakura says, I just do not want to be in a relationship with Naruto, and then Naruto finally moves on and it's like, okay, Hinata likes me, I'll give this relationship a try, but of course, the way they've done it makes it so bad that I never, even if Naruto got rebooted or remade, or to make things better, I do not want this couple to become canon just because of how bad the characterization of Hinata ends up being whenever Naruto is on the front of center. It's these things, and not to mention how insufferable the fan base is for the Nahina fandom. So it's like, I do not want these two to end up together in nearly any universe or anything like that. Even non-canon ones, because of this just how centric Hinata is. I mean, people go on about Sakura saying Sasuke-kun, but I think Hinata is much worse. At least Sakura ends up interacting with other people. And let's see, Hinata does
And
with...
and you know, Sasaki, for better or for worse, they do have some sort of development. The fact that it's not a positive one, that's another thing. But did you have some sort of development? And especially, back in part one, did you have like two actually really nice scenes where Sasuke,
The first part
was
is the one I can think of is when
the Genjutsu thing one, and then with the Gara fight when he takes her to cover and tells Naruto to take her and run so he could sacrifice himself.
yeah.
The only
Exactly, those are the only two nice moments.
let's see, the only one I can give Hina for is maybe just the conversation they have just before Naruto fights Neji in the finals of the tuning exams. Other than that, it's just like it's like you have not really progressed in anything. In fact, when they reunited, she literally faints. But it's like, oh my god.
I mean, okay, I'll say this for part one I think Naruhina was alright. It wasn't bad in part one. Part two, I think, is where it should have.
Yeah, it's
it took a downfall.
Yeah, but anyway, and let's see, and all the other moments are either fillers or retcons done by Studio Period. So it's one of the reasons why I do not like this studio. But anyway, to the main topic, Saku. It is by far the worst ship I have ever seen in any fiction. I'd rather watch Twilight and have the main couples from that get together than have Saku. I'd rather see Raylo get together than watch Saku. And
Those are some big words there, Blue.
yeah, and let's see. Okay, granted, it's not really a toxic, but but I suppose I'd rather see Satara. But yeah, like I said, it's not really toxic, so I can't really go there. But it's more of just the fan base. But anyway, I find let's see. But anyway, but then again, maybe that's wrong because there are actually some nice Satara fans out there. But I don't know. Just the Avatar ship was kind of bad. But apologies. But anyway, but yes, I'd rather see the Twilight, 50 Shades, and let's see, Raylo than I would Saku. But yeah, it is literally the worst canon ship in any media I have ever read. Let's see, but yeah, pretty much, and it's literally the fundamental reason why Sakura ended up being more despised than I think she deserved. Let's see, but anyway, part two. Sasuke doesn't really think much about Sakura. Granted, he comments on, let's see, the only time he thinks about her is when he sees her for the first time at the beginning of part two. It's like, oh, Sakura, you're here. Besides Naruto also being there. But usually when whenever he thinks of Team 7, it's mostly just due to Naruto. For example, like the Land of Waves, when he sees the bridge and it's named after Naruto, he kind of smiles there. Or when he smiles at the fact, makes a bit of a jokey mark at the Akatsuki, saying, so, you've yet to capture the Nine Tails yet, in a sort of impressed manner. The only time before the Kage Summit that Sasuke thinks of Sakura in a positive light is when he's comparing Taka to Team 7. Showing that, okay, granted, but it's not like Sakura by herself. He's thinking of Team 7 as a whole, because to an extent, Sasuke did end up caring for them, but clearly, as he goes down this darker path. And okay, this is perhaps the biggest mistake on Kishimoto's part. Now, granted, I will admit, I was a bit of a Sakura ship at the time, so it's like I was starting to think, okay, it looks like these two aren't gonna get together, kind of thing. Okay, maybe Kishimoto will get Naruto with Sakura. Even though I was like, nah, Hina and Sakura at the time. But it's like, okay, this will probably be the second time I'm wrong about ships couples in my life. The first was Harry Potter, but I'm not going to go to spoilers there. I think the biggest mistake Kishimoto did was, okay, when you have this love letter from this ninja from the Allied Shinobi forces from the Stone Village, and Sakura says she's in love with someone else. Now, okay, she ends up thinking of Sasuke. Let's see, but the biggest mistake I think here was that, let's see, okay, she was not happy about it, looking sad, and when Sasuke in the background, it's clear Dark Flames. Clearly, I think this is, let's see, I don't know what Kishimoto was trying to imply here. We don't know whether or not he ever confessed given how the ending is. But if I had to guess, he was trying to imply that Sakura is not happy about these feelings that she has for Sasuke because just of what he's become and stuff, though. Due to the fact it might have been too subtle or anything like that. You kind of got the fandom getting the wrong direction, so... Let's see, you get this kind of intensified the hatred people have, so it's like, why are you even in love with this guy anymore, after all he's done? And when they reunite again during the final battle with the Ten Tails and all that stuff, let's see, you can clearly tell that Sakura does not trust Sasuke, and whenever Sakura and Sasuke interact, Sasuke just belittles her. Let's see, downplays her, saying that she's useless to this current situation. Even when Sakura has contributed to the thing, even saving him from that other dimension, he's just indifferent towards her. In fact, let's see, just as Naruto and Sasuke about to have their final fight, when Sakura pleads him to stop, granted, it's another love confession, which I bloody hate at this point now. Let's see, he does the cruel thing and just puts her in a genjutsu and implied that she's stabbing her, like he's killing her and stuff. And then he clearly states, I don't love her, I don't know why she loves me, I don't even understand and all that stuff. It's just like, okay. So, let's see, for Sakura fans who are deluded, after that, I do not see how you can find this ship to be healthy. Yes, he apologizes in the end, but let's see, there's too much emotional baggage for this ship to ever be healthy. The only time when Sakura has ever stood up to Sasuke is when he's belittling Naruto. For example, in the fight against Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, says at least Naruto's not a coward, Sasuke. And the only other time is when Sasuke's belittling Naruto during the Kage Summit of saying, stay out of his business, he's an outsider, just because he doesn't seem to understand it, even though Sakura goes to Sasuke saying, despite every bullcrap that Sasuke has done, Naruto, despite what everyone thinks of him, Naruto still considers him a friend. That is literally the only time Sakura stands up to Sasuke, is when it's for Naruto's sake. She can't do that by herself for every other bullcrap thing that he's done to her, then she should not be in a relationship with her. That's all I'm going to say. Why? I could go on and on, but I think Steve and Lucky Chi have quite a few things they want to say. I'm sorry.
Mr. Wikipedia, hard at work. Anywho.
At his finest. Go ahead, Steve.
Let's see. So, yes, let's get the obvious out of the way. Some of the worst I consider is Naruhina and Sasusaku, but I'll explain those later. What I think, besides talking about those two, what I think is a ship that tends to get overlooked as the worst is Choji and Kaori.
Ooh.
Choji and Karui?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one I also mostly dislike it.
Man, I enjoyed all those moments that they spent together building up this, all 0 of them. I mean, this is Akira Toriyama levels of writing. Oh, shit. Naruto Hinata ended up together, Sakura and Sasuke ended up together, and then Sai and Ino ended up together, and then Shikamaru and Tamari ended up together. What does that leave for Choji? Fuck. Here, this random girl who who I'm who I've literally never written a moment between those two.
Breathe.
The only thing I can think of that they got, the reason why she ended up with anyone.
And the worst part, and the worst.
Steve, are you okay?
And the And the worst part is, he could have just had Choji ended up with some random chick from the village, and, and that would have made more sense. But no, apparently we needed this. It wasn't enough that we had Tamari from the sand come into the fray. No. Now we need this girl from the cloud come into the fray.
The only thing I could think.
And what does that leave? Poor Kiba and Shino, huh? Okay, he ends up with some random chick. See, that makes sense. At least we don't have to develop him. But then Shino, apparently he's such a sexist loser, he doesn't even end up with anyone.
Well, from what I can, Kiba's girlfriend is that cat lady's daughter from the Itachi Pursuit arc. It seems to be a joke with the cat and dog things. As for why Karu with Choji, the only thing I can think of is that Karu
nothing. You can literally think of nothing.
Yeah,
no justification whatsoever. None, sir. None, sir. None whatsoever. I don't want to hear any justification out of your mouth, because I'm going to say, no, sir. That is wrong, sir. You are wrong, sir.
The only reason I can think of
wrong, sir.
Wrong.
Why they even got together was because
oh my god!
Let's see, thinking of dating a hot guy from Kahona, but it's like, what? Yeah, no reason at all.
But all right, let's get into.
Go ahead, Steve.
I'm gonna lump these two together because honestly, there's just no way I can dissertain one without talking about the other. So let's go with with Sasusaku. Let's go with the argument that for people who hate Hinata. I hate Hinata, for fans of Sakura for fans of Sakura who might say this, I hate Hinata because she's so obsessed with Naruto. And meanwhile, the Sasusaku shippers will point out things like Sakura is chasing after Sasuke, and we traveled together for a while. During that time, Sakura was born in our hideout. Sasuke isn't even concerned about me. I can only whine and beg and cry like this again, Sasuke. Blah, 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 blah. So what, are you guys admitting that Sakura would be better going with Naruto? Oh no, that is too cruel with Hinata, right? Even though Naruto actually said he loved Sakura multiple times, but fuck Naruto's feelings, right? Same with Sasuke. Also, funny how we don't talk about Karin. Amazing how some people here some people within the fandom will say, the heart wants what the heart wants, but this only applies to Sakura's obsession with Sasuke and Hinata's obsession with Naruto. Karin loves Sasuke? Nah, fuck her. Naruto loves Sakura? Fuck him. Loves Sasuke? Fuck her too. Amazing, right? You come to realize that the only reason anyone in the fandom really likes the ending is because their stupid pairing choice. Let's forget that Naruto ignored Hinata for like 5 years and was apparently too stupid to understand what love is. Let's ignore Naruto not giving a shit about his kids. Let's ignore Sasuke not being home for 13 years and pulling a sword on his own daughter. Let's ignore all that character assassination that it took to make these stupid pairings possible for some glorified fetish with Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, and also you can argue, Hinata fans, you can argue until you're blue in the face, saying, oh, but Kishimoto said Narusaku was a red herring all this time. Bull fucking shit. If it was, by the way, that is one of the most terribly written red herrings I have ever read. Because apparently you guys can't figure out that behind the scenes, Studio Period was just maybe, paying attention to the Western world and figuring out that Hinata was more popular than Naruto. to the point where they sent down an order, an editorial mandate for Shueisha to tell Kishimoto, hey, make sure that Hinata and Naruto end up together, and make sure that Sakura and Sasuke end up together. What?
I've seen Saku fans make essay-long things about why Sasuke and Sakura's relationship isn't toxic. It's just so cringy with the stuff they put in. Even stuff that doesn't even relate to the ship. One thing I kind of forgot to mention, that apparently, when I looked at the Naruto wiki on the Uchiha Clan massacre, Sasuke doesn't tell Sakura the contents behind it until the same time he tells Sadara. So in other words, they've been married for over a decade, and
Did they have a marriage? That's the question. Did they even have a marriage?
Supposedly marriage.
$1 billion question.
That supposed marriage, you mean that she's been together with him all this time and she doesn't even know the reason why he was a part of the Akatsuki, why he went after the Eight Tails, why he attacked the Kage Cement, why he killed Danzo, why he tried to kill her and the rest of the villagers, why all his actions ended up being away.
And behind the development and everything they had and negative, what's worrisome is the fandom's perception. I mean, like Blue said, why? Nobody asks why, and they just take it face value or find excuses for it, And it's really worrisome because you gotta think about it in broader perspective, in the sense that these kids, because I don't know any adult that could support a parent like that, and I'm sorry, but if you're an adult and you're saying you're supporting such a parent, we're gonna have a problem.
I think, let's see, as retrospective Greg once said on his Rise and Fall of Naruto Part 6, apparently there was a father in the thank you of the Kishimoto thing, the Naruto ending, said, "You have left a horrible message for me and my daughters. We are done with you and your work."
I'm sorry, you guys, you know how many things I've seen like that back in the day, and I wish, but I wasn't thinking about, I gotta save all this because someday they're gonna disappear or stuff like that. There were so many interviews, so many things that disappeared from that time that would show that Ishi is basically a sellout, sadly. And I don't think he even knew he was a sellout, but because his interview with Kobayashi kind of tells us that. I think he was, a story was fabricated to him. That Sakura is hated because she's not pretty enough, and Hinata is loved because she's pretty and she's always been there for Naruto. But anyway, to get back to my initial idea, the problem is that the effects that go, how should I say, further than the actual piece of media you're consuming, in the sense that these kids, because I said I cannot call them anyway else, is that their constructive criticism, it's out the window. And I've always said it, okay, you are free to ship whoever you want, but at least admit their problematic nature. You're free to like problematic stuff. It's fiction after all. Nothing is gonna happen in the real world. But admit the problematic aspect and think critically about what you like. Don't just take everything in without a proper filter, because at the end of the day, that might cause problems for you in real life. And it's something, I don't know, it's something kind of like my dad used to kind of like teach me back in the day, because actually I remember a thing back in when I was, with Sailor Moon, and I was really obsessed with it. Like, Naruto is a kid. My obsession with Naruto now, it's just not. But then, and I cannot remember the specifics of it, but I do remember my dad kind of like, "Yo, this is fiction. This isn't real life." You know, he kind of like shook me in the metaphorical sense, of course, shook me a bit and taught me that, okay, it's fiction, you're allowed to like it, but don't get the, how should I say, wrong parts of it. You have to understand that real life isn't like this. Because if you apply the same logic in certain aspects, it's not going to be okay. And I think this is the important thing that Sasaki and Arhina fans should think about. They're free to like their parents. I mean, who are we to tell them what to like or not to like? But admit the problematic aspect, admit the wrongdoing that happened between them, admit the less positive parts. Because, for example, this is what we also, and I think this is a difference I always enjoyed before, making the switch from Narhina Sasaki to Narsaku. What I always liked about this pairing and its fandom is the fact that no one said they're perfect. No one excused that Sakura acted sometime, the way she did with Naruto. But that was part of their growth as characters from their point of origin to the end point, of course. But yeah, I think this is the important aspect with consuming, at the end of the day, any piece of media. You're allowed to like it, even if it's bad, but at least admit it's bad. It's my bad, and I'm allowed to like it, after all. But admit its problematic aspect. And yeah, I'm done.
You got any more to say, Steve? Because me and Jack kind of had a bit.
Sorry.
Steve, you there?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so I suppose we should now have Lucky Chi say what his bad ships are before I say anything else that probably offends him.
Okay. Anyway, so besides the obvious ones, I don't know. I don't really feel like I have much to say in terms of the bad ships. Like, there's Yuki and from Future Diary, and Blue's already discussed many reasons as to why they shouldn't be together. Of course, there's Light and Misa, like Chad's mentioned too. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot I could say in terms of like worst ships, but and here's the thing. If I have to narrow it down to one, like, I may dislike Naruhina based on how it was executed, but my disdain for Sasasaka will never waver. Never. Chad, Blue Star, and Sia have already, if there's a cow that needs to be milked, this cow has been overly milked.
This is the cow.
The cow is sitting there now and like, I need a rest, please. No more.
Oh my god, but yeah, it's true though.
I love that analogy. But anyway. And my cousin brought this up to me. Is there a way you could have made Sasasaki win? Sure?
Definitely.
But you would have to do a lot. Because again, with Naruhina, like, okay, I could see certain scenarios where it could be tweaked for sure, but you need an entire rewrite for Sasasaki to work. An entire rewrite for that.
Actually, no. Let me tell you. Even now, at the end of it, you could make it work. Because, and it's something I always told the Sasaki fans back in the day when we used to argue about, why I left the fandom, why I don't support the ship anymore, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, there's something that Sakura tells Sasuke, which is really true. And if Kishimoto so would have wanted for these two to actually end up together, I'm sure he would have, used it. Especially since it's very much connected between a plot which is, how should I say it, critical for Sasuke, his revenge over Itachi. So, when Sasuke leaves the village, Sakura confesses, blah, 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 blah. But at some point, she says something that's really, really true. She says to him that, she tells him that revenge won't bring anyone happiness, which was so true.
That's a good point.
It didn't.
That's a really good point.
And if Kishimoto would have actually wanted to develop the relationship, or at least, how should I say it, maintain it on the same level of development as Narusaku and had us, go, okay, which one, it would have made him more believable, of course. And he could have actually have a callback to that very moment, Of course, Sakura grows, Sasuke also does, but at the end of the day, she is right, because killing Itachi only left him even hollower than he was.
Mhm.
And he just goes on a rampage and is not satisfied and stuff like that. So if you would have made a actual callback to that moment, I think, and a little bit of more development, because indeed there's a lot of repairing to do.
There is.
It's not an impossible ship. It's just the way it's executed and the way it's presented that it makes it one of the worst ships. Otherwise, if you would have put the same amount of development like you did with Naruto, and that excuse that it's not a romance manga, shush. You put so much time in developing and giving romantic undertones to Naruto and Sakura's relationship, you don't get to use that excuse.
Exactly. You don't.
Yeah. Also, one thing I kind of wanted to point out. It seems the only reason I can think of why Sakura might still have feelings for Sasuke at this point is because she still thinks he complimented her forehead.
Well,
But that was not.
Here's the thing about that. Remember that scene when everyone's connected to Naruto's heart and like you flash through everything?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't Sakura have known that Naruto was the one that transformed into Sasuke?
My only guess is that.
Go ahead, Blue.
My only guess is that Naruto wasn't thinking of that, and he was just thinking about all the bonds he had and all the people he lost in his life, which makes me question why no one asked, okay, why is Itachi among all your lost comrades? Given the fact that he was a ninja.
The problem with the execution, basically the whole war arc is, minus some, moments here and there, it's a really bad executed story. And I think that there it just shows Naruto's regret.
It does.
And he had that regret that he didn't go and speak to Sasuke that time. So I think that's why he sees, everyone sees only that part. They kind of see like what Naruto allows them to, and in that very moment, Naruto only thought about not being able to bring Sasuke back, blah 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 blah. But the thing with Sakura, he got to live a lot more important moments than those. So I think that's the reason that we don't see the Narusaku. Plus, it didn't actually get to the regret status yet,
Yeah, I didn't. But yeah, I like that suggestion, chat, that you just made. Something my cousin brought up, and it's always been on my mind, is okay. Imagine Saku happens at the end, but you make one specific tweet, and I said, what was it? And it's okay. You have Sakura super conflicted because of what Sasuke did in the Five Kage Summit when he genjutsu'd her in 693, and instead of having her like super shy and what's the word I'm looking for here? For for a lack of better words, let's say willingly. Instead of it being that, my cousin proposed this idea. What if you have her like super conflicted and say, all right, look, out of everything you've done, I don't know how I feel currently, but at some point in the future, I hope we can make things work. And I thought about that. And I'm like, well, okay, so it's not like exactly off the gate, but well, you could do something there. I mean, again, well, it wouldn't undo the damage that's already happened from the manga itself. But
At best, you could just let's see that could just be a way of building a friendship, but I don't really see that working for a romantic relationship. Sorry, go on.
No.
That's just it. Like I could like if you had it like that, where it's one of those things where it has to repair itself to make it work. Then sure, but you know.
Someone actually, sorry to interrupt. Someone actually proposed something like that as well. A girl we follow each other on Tumblr. Daily Letters, I think is her handle. What it would have been also nice and more believable, even. It would have been the other way. It also had this component of confliction, because basically that's what I'm also writing in Kaika. And she said something like, what if the roles would be reversed? What if indeed Sasuke was this aloof boy just because he had these issues with, his clan and everything and blah, blah, blah. What if he is now the one who pursues her? That would also make it more believable.
It would.
Because now it's his turn to see the other, side of things, and having Sakura, conflicted and stuff would make it even more believable. Because okay, you want to do them, you want to have them canon, cool, do it. But do it right. Like we all said, it's just about the execution.
Yeah. Personally, for me, regardless of what you could do to fix this relationship, I don't think I'd ever want to see it canon just because of how much it has damaged Sakura's character in the eyes of many anime and mangas fans. But yeah.
Well, I think that, even if it damaged her reputation, that damage could also
it could be
reversed, because people...
I mean, any character... Any hated character can be liked, I know. For example, Star Wars The Clone Wars, you had Ahsoka, who, when first introduced, was despised, but now, when you hear people talk about her, she's a fan favorite wherever you go. Though some might say that she's been a bit overused. But honestly, at this point, I feel like the best way to repair Sakura's reputation is just to get her to move away from Sasuke at this point.
Sadly, that's not going to happen, but...
No. Unless you do like a reboot or a sort of re-edit of at least a certain part of the canon bit of Naruto. But yeah, that's not happening anytime soon.
Basically, and I think even with the relationship as it is and the whole development as it is, if in key moments we would have had her actually snap at him, not just because of Naruto, but because of how she doesn't like the treatment he offers her, I think people would have accepted them, because at least it would show people that she's able to stand up to him, and the power balance would be at least somehow at the same level. Because that's the problem with Sasaki. The power balance is awful. That's why exactly, and that's why Sasaki is more widely accepted as a ship for Sasuke than Sasaki, because in essence, Sasuke was kind of a ass to both of them. Sorry to say it, but at least Karin doesn't take it the way Sakura does. She's like, "Fuck you." Sorry about the language. Pardon the French.
It's kind of funny how you have both Naruto and Karin like say they just want them two to be happy.
Yeah, exactly. In the end, they're selfless,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what. Because since we're talking, it's a Valentine's Day podcast and stuff like that. And
So,
that's what love is about at the end of the day, of this selflessness aspect.
So, out of curiosity, Lucky, do you have anything more to add on about why this relationship is bad, or do you want to go into a bit why Nahina is bad, or why the way it got is bad?
No, that's just all I gotta say. As just in general, with my thoughts on the worst canon ships. But having said that, now let's go ahead and jump into couples that should have been canon, besides stating the most obvious one. I know what the majority consensus is going to be, so I'll go ahead and say this. Just to get my thoughts out of the way. Bulma and what? Yamcha. There we go. Bulma and Yamcha, for sure, should have been a thing, especially considering everything you had in Dragon Ball.
Technically, they were a thing, but let's see, they broke up off screen, and then she married Vegeta.
Yeah, which I don't think anybody still knows to this day why that happened, but sure. You got that. Technically, it's an implied ship, but Riza and Mustang was another one that should have been at least confirmed. Spike Spiegel and what am I blanking on her name right now? Frey. There we go. Yeah, Frey from Cowboy Bebop is another one too. If y'all guys know the show, y'all know specifically why I'm addressing that one. And okay, Bleach is a weird situation because I know for Ichigo it worked out perfectly, but I think the symbolism behind Ichigo, at least to me, was
I agree.
at least stronger than Ichigo was.
So, out of curiosity, do you think Natsu and Masana should have gotten together?
I would say yes, just based off the whole flashbacks and everything with them being childhood friends and whatnot. But it is what it is. I don't know. I feel if it comes to that, I mean, because Hiro did make a big deal about how close him and Lasana were, but then when she came back, which is unfortunate because you did have something there, and nothing too big happened afterwards. But if you know Hiro's writing, you know exactly who he's gonna pair who up with. So I wasn't too bothered by it. Will Natsu and Lucy get together by the end of 100-Year Quest? Who knows? But yeah, there's that. I think that's it in terms of the couple that I think should have been canon. But what about you guys? Besides the most obvious.
I would have. Me personally, I would have said Bulma and Goku. For the sake of well, they've known each other the longest time, and if you're going strictly by manga purposes, him and Chi-Chi ending up just comes out of left field, quite literally. At least the anime mitigates it somewhat by A, having him meet Chi-Chi at least 2 more times, and then B, after he defeats King Piccolo, they get the whole 5-episode wedding arc. And honestly, Chi-Chi's at her best in those episodes there.
Yeah.
And also, this isn't to say that neither, Bulma and Vegeta is necessarily a bad thing. Again, the anime tries to mitigate that somewhat by giving them a couple more moments, especially in Super. But I don't know. With how lazy Akira Toriyama was, you'd think he would have made the most obvious choice and put up his main guy and his main gal together, but whatever. It is what it is, and Oda is pissed off enough that, well, he supposedly anyway. I've stated this before, but supposedly Ichiro Oda was pissed off that Goku didn't end up with Bulma, and that's I forget where I read that, and I doubt if it's even true, unless we hear it from the man himself.
I know. I do know that some might say that Goku looks like a kid and Bulma looks way too older. But remember, let's see. Even though Goku looked like a small child, he was only 2 years younger than Bulma, I think, during that point. So it's only a 2-year gap.
Well, and not only that, but if you go by like the ending of Dragon Ball, because I know people want to lump in Z with it, but if you go by the end of Dragon Ball, he is at a considerable height compared to Bulma by that point. But
Again, I don't think he was ever planning on doing romance for Dragon Ball until we realized that, okay, he needs to add more sane characters. But yeah. Continue, Steve. I've interrupted you.
Otherwise, let's see. I don't know. I suppose another couple I think should have been canon, and this kind of treads more into semi-canon because at the end, so in Kakaishi, there's these two characters, Yoshimori and Tokine. Now, at the end of the manga, they don't necessarily end up together, but I mean, it's implied that they do, but I really wish they just made it more official. I really wish that the author just made it more official than that. Because their last scene together is them baking a cake. For me, the way that ship makes sense to me is it's again the girl next door sort of ship. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm always a sucker for those types of ships, and it's always a damn shame when it doesn't end up happening. But yeah, I don't really have any more besides the obvious, which I won't say out loud, but anyone who's listened to us for the past 6 years, 7 years, will know what ship we think should have ended up, being canon. But I digress. Anywho, Blue Star or Chat, you want to go?
Sure. So for me, it's of course obvious that Naruto should be canon because it's actually, as I've been saying on my Tumblr and everywhere else to get the chance, one of the most realistic developments I've seen lately in media. You had everything. You had good, bad, less good, less bad, bonding, working together, similarity, complementarity. You just had everything with them. The symbolism as well, the thematic, everything in Naruto manga point of view. I could, like I said, write pieces on these things, and I'm kind of doing it already with some of my articles. Even the old theory with Infinite Tsukuyomi, people still find it even nowadays. It's one of my most visited articles. It's one of the articles that back in the day used to kind of load like 10,000 people on my website, especially when Naruto was on. And the fact that even now, after I lost the blog and got it back and put it up there, and I see people actually commenting and visiting it's crazy. But having people from the same, even from Narhina fandoms and even from neutral fandoms, even, or, it tells me that right in the supposition I made on that theory, because it's purely based on everything that we had on Naruto. And for symbolism purposes, and not only, I think Sapphire also should have been canon along with them. Of course, maybe not your, how should I say it, your lovely-dovely, so to speak, way, because those weren't Karin and neither Sasuke. But I think we would have had a nice story, because basically Karin was the female version, in a way, of Naruto, since she was also an Uzumaki, and I'm sure that that piece there had its meaning, but sadly, by the end of it, we all know what happened. And the fact that Sasuke literally unlocked new power for her, it's very much a callback at part one when when Sasuke unlocks his second Tomoe Sharingan for Naruto. And the fact that the power balance, as I said earlier, between the two, despite the fact that he acted as an ass to her too, but that's Sasuke. He acted that way with Naruto as well. So, but as I said, the fact that the power balances are kind of like on the same level, I think that they could work. On the same idea that Lucky Chi said earlier, given the development and the thematic and the symbolism in Bleach, I also think that Ichiruki should have been canon, because the MO is literally copy pasted from Naruto to Bleach, the same thing. Rukia is no longer the heroine, for example, and Ichigo gets the bad haircut, and suddenly they become, Ichihime becomes canon, which in Bleach, though it works. At least that's what I've always been saying. I'm fine with Ichihime as well, because compared to Naruto, at least Ichigo and Orihime have their development, their own kind of relationship. Of course, that it's
Not to mention, Orihime has some relationships outside of Ichigo as well.
Exactly, she's not really a satellite character the way that Hinata is for Naruto. She is a person outside of that relationship with him. And that's why in Bleach, I'm not bothered, but I do see the side of Ichiruki fandom, and I do agree with them. That's the thing. But it's kind of, it feels like it's a wasted thing, and why even build it? But at least here, like I said, if we would have had something like this in Naruto, we would have been more okay, more accepting, I think, with the ending, because we at least would have seen developments on both sides, which in Bleach happened. It just, in my opinion, it didn't give me the romantic vibe to it. The interactions between Ichigo and Orihime. Of course, we know that Orihime loves him, and that's her side of the dynamic. But Ichigo gave me the vibe of Nakama. But with Rukia, there was something else. With Rukia, she made him the man he wished to be. She gave him power to be able to protect the ones dear to him, which is a core theme of Ichigo's character. And the whole symbolism with the moon and the sun and stuff like that, it's there. So, and those little, and even if I'm correct, even Kubos says at some point that they're more than friends, less than lovers. And of course, they couldn't be lovers because at that point yet, because the story was ongoing, But
There was
they
also
were
too the poems were the other things that
exactly. So you cannot say that that wasn't, Kubo's wish, so to speak. But yeah, sadly, it happened the way it did because Shonen Jump had these ideas. I don't know from where, to be honest. It's it's a decision. It's a business decision I don't understand. But I mean, I do in a way, at least in Naruto's case. But in Bleach's case, I don't.
didn't the Bleach one shot have it to where Ichigo did like Orihime, or am I misremembering that?
No, it still was just like it was implied that Hime liked Ichigo, but Ichigo was a bit oblivious to the feelings.
Yeah, and for example, for me the strongest scene is that scene where Ichigo parts with Rukia. I mean, you could feel the damn thing,
Mm-hmm.
Or for example, when Rukia comes back and gives him
His powers.
exactly his powers back. That was clear symbolism from the thematic I spoke of earlier. Rukia is the one who who's helping Ichigo to be what he wants to be, his best idealized form, so to speak.
And then there's also the Bleach Fate the Black movie. Like you can see like just how far Ichigo's willing to go just to get Rukia back.
Exactly, and of course, something like that happens next in the car arc when Orihime is kidnapped, which is basically kind of like a copy past of the previous arc with Rukia, but it feels more like I want to get my close friend to safety. It doesn't feel like, for example, when Rukia misses. When Rukia goes missing, basically Ichigo's whole life at that point is miserable. Because she's missing from his life. So how can you say that? Why put emphasis on something like that if it's not going to lead somewhere?
No, like even in the time skip, like when you get to Ichigo, like he's like, I don't know if I can keep moving forward without. And I was like,
yeah, exactly. There was that thing that I don't know if I can keep up with the speed of the world without you in it.
Yeah,
something like that. So yeah, I would have wished that these two would also be kind of. But oh, it is what it is. And the third final one would have been Uriah and Tsunade. So sad he had to die.
right.
I know.
Yeah, I've actually met some Nahina fans that say like, "Oh, so now they would never recuperated Jiraiya's feelings, mainly because they're trying to
See how she reacted when he died?
Yeah, because she cried like this because that's her favorite hobby, right? Jesus.
But I don't know. I think maybe they just dismiss it just because they don't want to be drawn as a Naosaku parallel.
Well, it is.
Fair enough. So is it? So shall I say my turn now, or?
Yep.
You're the only one left, right, Blue?
Yeah, because you kind of skipped of why you think Naruto should be canon, and Steve said that you just look at everything before, so. And Chatte ended up saying stuff before me. Before I get into like Naruto and all that stuff, let's see. One kind of ship I can think of, which there's also like I just want to comment on like the Boomer with Yachima. Apparently, the voice actors for like I think the three characters, Vegeta, Bulma, and Yamcha. I think these are the Japanese ones. They may be the English ones. apparently, I think I saw someone divvying up where they're like, even they didn't quite understand why they got together, other than the fact that, okay, you want Trunks to be born. And it's like, you could have invented some female characters to do it, though. Granted, perhaps if Toyama didn't forget about that girl from Dragon Ball that turns into a witty, shy girl, or to a
are you talking about Launch?
Yeah, Launch. He could have had her get together with Vegeta. Since I think
That would have been interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
I think she's closer to his age. Not to mention, I think probably more one of the personalities is more suited for Vegeta. But yeah, yeah.
I mean, hey, Vegeta said it best himself. Saiyans only like strong women.
Yeah, I don't know that a lot of Hina fans and Sasuke fans use the Goku, Chi-Chi, and let's see, Boomer, Vegeta relationships. Oh, see, this series didn't have the main character go with the main girl, but yeah.
Yet they forget that Chi-Chi's the complete opposite of what Hinata is.
Yes, so there's that. Okay, this one's kind of weird because, in a sense, it kind of is canon, but also kind of not. And but this is because it's like two parallel universes. I'm thinking of Orange manga with Hitaro Sara, who is like, let's see, and Nao Takayama, because on one hand, in the future timeline, they're actually together and have a kid, but on the one hand, due to the fact that they and all their friends are sending letters to their past selves in order to make sure this new guy, Kakuri Naras, a transfer student from Tokyo, who kills himself at some point during the school year, doesn't die. Let's see, Hitaru kind of like convinces his past self not to pursue a relationship with Naho, even though he clearly likes her and stuff. And it's like, in many ways, let's see. On one hand, it's like you've got two universes, one where they get together and one where it's not going to get together because the future one says don't do it. But it's like you kind of want to support Hitaru because just how much of a caring friend he is to like Naho. In many ways, it's kind of similar to like Naruto's own feelings for Sakura. It's like he loves her, but if she chooses someone else, he won't force her to be with him and all that stuff, kind of thing. But
I mean, technically speaking, like there is a paradox there to where technically he and Naho are still together.
Yeah, so I'm a bit confused. I wonder if I should actually put this on the list because in one universe they're canon, and one universe they're not.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of a weird.
It's a weird scenario. I'll say that for sure. It's definitely a weird scenario.
Yeah, but yeah. Now, why I think Naruto and Sakura should be canon, and why Sasuke and Karin. Okay, I'm going to first address Karin, since this one might be in some ways more misunderstood than Narusaku, because now I think this Karin was introduced. I think many Sasusaku fans will probably like, oh, there's no way that Sakura and Sasuke could become canon because there's no major girl that's into Sasuke besides Sakura, besides maybe Ino, but she's a side character. But then let's see. When she introduced to Karen, and okay, for many people it's like, okay, this looks like on the surface level another Sasuke admirer, but as you see throughout the Itachi arc, a bit more into it, let's see, you kind of see that, okay, Karen likes Sasuke, but let's see, and all that stuff, and but she's confident in her feelings and all that stuff. She doesn't act timid. It's like she's like full on confident, and unlike the other girls, granted, she does not try to be all flirty when Suigetsu's in the picture because he likes teasing her about it. She actually stands up to herself and talks back to him when he thinks he's making a mistake and stuff. For example, after the fight with Dedra, she says, "You beat it, Orochimaru, but yet you're struggling against this random Akatsuki member." Oh, even though, to be fair, Dedra did capture Gaara, but Sasuke and Karin didn't know that. But hey. Now, in many ways, okay, yes, the stuff that happens in the Kage Summit is a big iffy of why Sasuke should not really pair up with anyone, especially when, Sasuke, sacrifices Karin just so he could kill Danzo, and then you kind of have Karin say, she's done with Sasuke when he was being all dark and all that stuff. But there is something that, in between that I think gives the Sasuke-Karin relationship much more in depth than Sasuke ever had been given. Is that you get a flashback as to why Karin likes Sasuke.
I was just about to say that, unlike the other girls, Karin actually has a legit thing.
Yeah. But see, even though I'm kind of iffy on how we got to there, but we actually see, at least, why Karin likes Sasuke. It turns out she participated in the tuning exams as a grass ninja. Whether or not she's actually from that village originally or not, it remains clear. Maybe even that seems to be implicated as the case, because I think the data book says Karin left a village because she sensed it was going to be in danger, and that's why Orochimaru recruited her.
Can we also say that Karin is also the first girl that Sasuke actually apologized to?
Yeah, I'm going to get to that bit, but
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because apparently in their eyes it's just sorry thing. Which, ironically, it's the other way.
But let's see, the only one that I can really connect to with Sasuke, from at least the Leaf Village, is the fact that is Naruto, due to the fact that he's lonely and all stuff. But in some ways, Karin can deep in a moral thing because while Naruto's lonely, it's mostly due to the fact he's an outcast and he never really lost his parents. He doesn't know that. Well, Karin is clearly a survivor from all that stuff. So there's that. So in some ways, Karin can connect with Naruto on a more deeper level. But it should be noted that Karin can tell when the person is lying. So clearly, Sasuke's apology, like Lucky she said, the first person he ever apologized to, was clearly heartfelt. It's clearly heartfelted. So yeah. And well, I'm a bit. Think Karin is a bit too in the war. Wanting Sasuke to bite her and stuff a bit too much because she should still be a bit more pissed, but she's clearly still is. You can see how desperate she was to try and save Sasuke's life once he was stabbed by Madara. But here's another thing that why I think Karin was tied to Sasuke is, okay, it was revealed during the Kabuto fight that Karin was an Uzumaki, the same clan that Naruto is from. Why else would you bring that up if not for that? As a way of bridging these two families together. The Uzumakis being the sort of semi-senju kind of thing. That is the only reason why I think you'd bring that up. Now, to get into Narasaku, let's see. Now, as Lucky Chi and Steve here said, I think quite a lot said, you could look at every podcast that we have done for the last few years about why these people should be a canon. I don't want to get too in, because I think Steve will just call me being Mr. Wikipedia than more than I'm already am right now. But yeah. I think it's very... But first fact is the fact that, okay, Naruto clearly liked Sakura from the day one. It's even in the introduction, which, funny enough, that bit was cut from the anime, even though they did the introduction things with the other members of the Rookie 9, outside of Team 7 when they were supposed to be properly introduced in the tuning exams, but hey. So yeah, he clearly likes Sakura. Let's see. And also, okay, yes, Sakura, hated Naruto at first, mostly because he found him annoying and all that stuff. And yes, what she said...
You cannot say she hated him. She found him annoying.
Yeah, found him annoying or just liked him at first, but yeah. And okay, yes, her comments about him being an orphan were bad. I admit that was wrong. She realized it was wrong once Sasuke scolded her, but immediately after, she tried to be nice. She figured she...
Plus, I'm sorry to say it, but she was right. Okay, the thing with the parents thing was bad, but it was also true. Naruto was acting really, and he's
Childish?
little childish, and she was right about the fact that he didn't have to worry about some scolding. I'm sorry, but it was true. It was nice, yeah, but it was true.
Yeah. You can also you have many characters also note how close they feel for each other. For example, the new members of Team 7, Yamato and Sai. Let's see. Sai straight up says that even I can tell that Naruto loves you during the Kage summer talk. Kind of thing. So
Which, truth be told, I think that's a really bad execution.
well, yeah.
Because I think Sakura realizes that thing for herself back in part 1 when she makes when she asks Naruto to bring Sasuke back. Because that's what actually makes her realize he kind of always understood her. And I think that's the thing that kind of makes her open up even more to him and start to fall for him. You know?
Yeah. I suppose perhaps maybe Sai could have done like, you know that Naruto loves you, don't you? Even I can tell that. Maybe that.
Yeah, the execution of that arc is weird.
Again, but either way, but at least let's see Sai, at least let's see ask even Naruto if he likes Sakura, which he also confesses to that. Let's see. Even Naruto and Sakura work well together in a team when you actually get to see them fight together, which only really happens with the only kind of Naruto team up you kind of have is when they're doing the second bell test, really, because they never really got a tag team fight, which is, I suppose, one thing Natsu and Lucy have over Naruto, is that you do see them tag team a bit.
Yeah, that's the part. I mean, I think that's a missed opportunity because we could have had and it was a thematic. Kishi himself even introduced the three-way deadlock, you know.
But
and that is really, really sad because he kind of built towards that, and by the end of it, sadly, he.
But another thing that why these two probably should have been under canon is because, well, when every historic parallel to Team 7's build up has shown that, okay, it implies that Naosaku needs to, that it's a Naosaku coupling kind of thing, because Obito likes Rin, and it's clearly supposed to be a similar dynamic to, like, at least the initial Team 7 thing, where, the goofball likes the girl likes the more talented rival kind of thing. And it's a kind of also similar with, like, Tsunade and Jiraiya, but though instead of Orochimaru, she falls in love with a guy outside the team, Don. And Jiraiya loves Tsunade, does not really pursue Tsunade, because he realizes she's still grieving over the loss of Don. And she's ready to and then there's also the Minato and Kushina thing, which doesn't actually have a sort of counterpart for Sasuke, but it's clearly meant for only Naruto and Sakura only. Yeah. And if Mito Uzumaki was actually developed, I could clearly see her being a Sakura parallel. When Minato asked, Sakura, are you Naruto's girlfriend? And Naruto says, yeah, she kind of is. And she completely compares her to Kushina. It's like, okay, you literally have Naruto saying to his dead father, who was just resurrected for this war, that Sakura is his girlfriend. Even though, yes, they're not a couple by then, it's clear that Naruto is at least trying to pursue a relationship with Sakura. But I could go on and on, but clearly, but my main thing is, like, they bring out the best in each other. They're open with each other. They can trust each other. The only time when Naruto hasn't really told Sakura anything is the details about the truth of the Itachi, which she was wondering what Naruto was talking about during the Kage thing. But but then again, that's never been addressed with anyone, really. But hey. So yeah, I think time to go to the next bit because I've been Mr. Wikipedia long enough.
Blue, I don't think long enough comes even close to what you managed to accomplish just now, but, you know, with that being said, we should definitely cut to the next topic of the podcast, which is anime and manga couples you want to see become canon. From ongoing series, anyway.
I have one.
Go ahead, chat.
I think it's the type, honestly speaking, I don't think even it's the type that would touch base on something like that. But I hope it will, and if it will, I'm talking, of course, about Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'm seeing some developments in terms of Yuji and Nobara, which are the two main characters from the trio. And as I told you guys, they look a lot like, they remind me a lot of Naruto and Sakura, both goofy, both braggy at some point, but they're really nice. And what they have extra than what Naruto had, they have some really cool fighting scenes, both of them, where they fight together. And there's a really special moment which I'm not gonna talk about this. That means spoiling you guys. But think about it like this: I would have loved to see something like that happen between Naruto and Sakura. That's one thing.
You want to go next, Steve?
Sure. So couples that I want to see become canon. I've got a laundry list here, so I'll go through them briefly. Usopp and Kaya from One Piece. Luffy and Nami from One Piece. Why do I want those two to end up together? What makes me ship them? Well, with Usopp and Kaya, it's pretty much, he's never had a romantic interest outside of Kaya. And really, when, during Water 7, when one of the, during Water 7, when the the Going Merry, needed to be traded in for a newer ship, I think one of the underlying reasons why he wanted to keep the ship, not only because he treated it like a beloved crew member, but the fact that this was a permanent reminder of his love for Kaya, his devotion for Kaya. But of course, Oda never outright says it, because even he himself will admit that he's terrible at writing romance. And that's why One Piece will not have any romantic relationships.
Even though he's done quite a few, it's mostly in backstories, but still.
As for Luffy and Nami, it's pretty much, if you remember my reasoning from earlier regarding Goku and Bulma, if Ichiro Oda was pissed off that Goku and Bulma didn't end up together because, hey, he's the main guy, she's the main gal, should be easy, right? Well, why not make Luffy and Nami one of the couples to end up together?
Not to mention, I do believe he ended up marrying the actress who played Nami in a stage show in real life.
I always thought he married some otaku girl who just happened to cosplay as Nami.
Well, at least
that's the way I heard it, anyway.
I don't know. It was either the actress or someone that dressed up like Nami. I just know.
From Dr. Stone, Senku and Kohaku. Literally, if you just watch the anime or read the manga, you'll see that there are currently a ton of moments between the two of them. Not to mention the dynamic between the two. They're pretty much they pretty much like to play off each other. He teases her more so than she does him, but that doesn't mean she gets her licks in, so to speak. From Welcome to Demon School, Aruma-kun. I want to see Aruma end up with a Mary. Now, for those of you who don't know who I'm talking about, Uruma is essentially, many fans would compare him to Deku from My Hero Academia. And in fact, many fans will call him the blue-haired Deku, since they kind of share a similar facial structure and personality. Although, personally, he's a lot more braver than Deku was initially. That being said, and one of the females he tends to interact with on a regular basis is this demon girl called Mary. Now, these two quite literally bumped into each other, and she takes it as a sign that he's human because she reads a manga called First Love Memories. And essentially, that manga opens up with a girl chewing on a piece of toast, runs around a corner, and bumps into a guy. And that's how their love story starts. And of course, she's about to ream on him for being a human when all of a sudden she realizes that he can actually read the manga. Because she can't read it because she's a demon and doesn't understand Japanese. And so she makes it a habit to have these weekly manga reading sessions regarding first love memories. And outside of that, she's pretty much just been one of the main. Let's see, how do I word this? One of the main forces that causes him to drive to aspire to becoming better than himself, if that makes any sense. And really, they just shared a major moment like 2 months ago, where she basically admits right to his face that she wants to be by his side forever. And of course, this being typical shonen, he doesn't know exactly how to react to that. And as of this video, he still doesn't know how to react to that. But who knows? That may end up changing. Another couple I'd like to see canon is this is from an anime called Uzaki-chan Wants to Hang Out. And if you've ever heard of that, it's basically pretty much.
Sorry about that. I just want to say it sounds so much as Uzumaki-chan, kind of like.
Yeah, it does. It kind of does, admittedly. But basically, this anime and this manga is all about this senior in high school hangs out with his 18-year-old junior, and he's pretty much a quote unquote a type of guy who likes to be by himself, a loner, and she wants to bring him out of that shell and force him to interact with people. And of course, she's really she's crazy herself too. She goes nuts over mint chocolate and video games, and she's just. If you read the manga and watch the anime, everyone and their dog wants these two to end up together. And as of this video in the manga, she thinks that he has feelings for her, but doesn't want to admit it. And then he also thinks that she holds feelings for him, but doesn't want to admit it. And of course, that makes it so that the both of them actually do have feelings for each other, but don't actually want to admit it. And it's just for the people that they surround themselves with, it's just constant hair pulling of just kiss already. And if you were to read the manga, you'd probably be shouting that too. Anywho. Blue Star.
Okay, the main ship that I can think of right now is from My Hero Academia with Midoriya and Ochiko Uraraka. Mostly due to the fact that, let's see, it's very much confirmed that the two at least seem to have feelings for each other. For example, when they first met, pretty much Deku was about to trip and all that stuff, but Uraraka get him up and is like, for Deku was like, "This is my first conversation with a girl." He's like so excited, even though he didn't actually talk to her and stuff. You see, in many ways, Uraraka helps Midoriya get confidence in some things, such as the nickname he's got, Deku, which in Japan means nobody or nothing or good for nothing, all that stuff, kind of thing. But she actually likes the name, and so Midoriya keeps it, despite the fact that it's been often used to make fun of him, particularly Bakugo. In fact, he ends up being so much confident in the name that he decides that he's going to make his Deku into this great hero, and he ends up officially choosing it as his hero name, despite the fact everyone says like, "Are you sure?" Because and it's clear from and Uraraka's like, "Yeah, she's clearly given Midoriya confidence in that name, giving him the desire to change it." While with let's see, Uraraka's part, she gains confidence in what she wants to do. Let's see, be like Deku in a situation, particularly in her fight against Bakugo during the sports festival. Let's see, from what I've seen, I kind of want to see Asta get to know together with Noel because, well, it seems to be a very much tsundere thing where she just can't. No, it's more of like she just can't seem to admit her feelings, and he's too dense to realize that she's in love with him or is crushing on him. But in manga, let's see. Well, I doubt this will apparently become canon because I think let's see. I think this is more just just more of just sort of being a bit of a parody of sorts of no maybe well as what James would say reinvent manga is Saitama with Fupa Iriki, the younger sister of Terra of Tornado, who has a bit of a inferiority complex with her sister for being a strong psychic, so she gathers as many people underlings as she can. Saitama is not interested in being her underling, but I think due to their interactions, even though Saitama doesn't really view her as a friend, more of an acquaintance, she's clearly had a positive effect on Fukapi that in the webcomic, she's eventually now decided to move up to A class kind of thing. So there's that. For One Piece, I used to be a bit of a Bo Luffy shipper just because Bo had a thing for Luffy, but there's also the bit of the age difference between them, but I suppose it doesn't really matter, but still. But I am warming up more to Luffy and Nami as well. I just like main canon pairing ships between main characters. Not to mention Nami. Well, granted, all the Straw Hats they're practically she's one of the Luffy's biggest supporters of believing that he will become the Pirate King, in a very similar manner to Naruto. Sakura ended up becoming Naruto's biggest supporter of Hokage, particularly when he was nearly dying and had his tailed beast removed. It says, "You can't die now, Naruto. Your dream, it's right here. It's right in front of us," kind of thing. But anyway, going back to thing. So that other, like you said, I kind of like the Usopp and Kai relationship. She's clearly trained herself to be a doctor to heal him once he comes back. All that stuff. For Sanji, I suppose I'd probably want to see him with Pudding even after Whole Cake Island arc, since she generally ended up falling in love with him, even though she originally was planning to kill him part of Big Mom's scheme for Whole Cake Island. I suppose you could say she's kind of got a extreme tsundere or yandere thing as she's with the mix, but she clearly ends up loving Sanji just because he's the first one to ever compliment her third eye due to his kindness. Granted, Sanji just loves everyone, so there's that issue to deal with. Let's see, the last pairing I'm kind of curious of want to see happen is possibly Zoro getting together with Momonosuke's sister. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to remember her name. I mean, granted, many people were like shippers of Sora Tarski because she looks like his dead childhood friend / rival. But I'm kind of warming up to the idea of Zoro getting together with Momonosuke's sister due to the fact that it seems to be kind of like similar to like with Kazuki Oden and his wife, and she kind of gives Zoro her father's sword and stuff. Not to mention the interactions they've had in the Wano arc. But yeah, Lucky Chi, I believe I'll let you go on with like what canon ships. What ongoing manga series you want to see have canon ships.
Okay, so hopefully I'm not gonna spend too much time on this, but there's only a few I can really name at this point in time. So, Asta Noel is obviously one of them. Which, Chad, for your curiosity's sake, think of it as like the modern Narusaku relationship from Black Clover. That's the best way I can go about it.
Sorry to interrupt for a second. I keep going back and forth if I should pick up Black Clover because I know I want to at some point, but the fact that Hiro is animating it is a really turn off. A really big one.
Yeah, it's like she doesn't really want to watch the anime because it's done by Studio Periot.
Yeah, that's fair. So that's one. Obviously, of course, Deku and Ochiko for My Hero. That one's for a number of reasons, of course. Because Dr. Stone is amazing. Senku and Kohaku.
Right on!
Mm-hmm.
Had the same thought.
Yep. Those two, and then their chemistry is perfect. A series that I'm pretty sure not a lot of people have heard about, Noragami, which is pretty much Yato and Hiyori. That's a relationship that I want to see become canon. And Chad, I know you're pretty big into like the symbolism and the spiritual aspects when it comes to anime manga. That one's a pretty good one because it's about what's it called? It's about a lower class god working his way up to becoming a pretty big god.
I like what I'm hearing.
And I think at this point in time, I think the manga is like close to wrapping up. So
You'll have to leave me some links here and there.
Mm-hmm.
So, at some point, we will probably.
There's that one. Luffy and Nami, I think, is another obvious one, but will it actually happen? I want to say yes, but after Bleach and Naruto, considering that it's part of the Big Three, let's say 60-40%.
It's pretty much the only one of the big three that's kept its reputation intact for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Of course, there's Hiro's current work right now, Even Zero, with Rebecca and Shiki, because I think their relationship is adorable.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
Mm-hmm. Ren and oh my god, I want a Shami from Blue Extras is another one that I want to see. Can do. Will it happen? There's a chance, but I'm waiting to see how the manga ends. Even though right now it's on hiatus, but only for a couple months.
So, is that all, or should we go to now closing thoughts?
There's one more, which is a complete jab towards you, Blue, which is Aaron and Victoria.
Okay, to be fair, I mostly just said that just to tease you, but hey, I don't really mind if they get kind of...
And for anyone wondering why, here's why, okay? They both share similar tragic family backgrounds. They're both supportive of one another. They're able to get one another. Key point number 4, they refuse to let the other one die.
Even though it might mean the end of humanity.
Oh, shut up.
Yes.
the fifth reason, which is to me actually really interesting, the most subtle relationship thus far that I've seen in an in an anime or manga, at least in a very long time. That's my fifth reason. Because in the beginning, and I'll say this without spoiling anything. So they started off as like strangers who didn't really know how to communicate with one another, and as the series progressed, they came to know about one another, and eventually grew to care about the other's well-being. And quite honestly, those are my ships that I want to see become canon in the future. So having said that, let's go ahead and dive into closing thoughts. Which, I mean, it's pretty simple. Just a few questions that can be taken in any order. So, any advice you'd want to give to the anime and manga community? And this can be an open discussion, guys. So, feel free to chime in.
I think one thing that the anime and manga community, particularly that Western fans, need to probably get into that, due to the fact that you are technically reading a medium from an Eastern, or an Asian culture, you'll probably find that they may have different aspects to romance than what the rest has, and they do things differently. For example, seems that many people seem to have issues with Tsundere's comedic effect with the slapstick humor. But remember, this is more of a comedy thing in Japan. It's not to be seen as like abusive relationship. Yes, in real life you probably find that most people wouldn't find a guy hitting a girl funny. But in Japan, they end up finding, a girl hitting a guy being hilarious. In fact, even I find that a bit hilarious. In fact, I think there's even some mediums in the West in which you have girls hitting guy and it's seen as funny. Such as, Hiccup and Astrid, Percy Jackson and Annabeth. I think you might know from Mark of Athena, Lucky Chi.
Now you're just making me feel old.
But yeah. But anyway. So yeah, there's aspects like that. So I suppose, in a sense, you could say anime and manga is becoming a bit more like Western blockbusters, where sometimes the foreign market makes more than the US's box office. But of course, remember, but it should be. But I think, regardless, the primary target for Japan manga is in Japan. That's a demographic that you need to win over first if you want it to go global. And I think, from what we've seen with Kishimoto, when he lost that Japan fan base, he lost his chance of his second manga getting cancelled before he intended it to end. So there's that. But yeah, that's my advice. Remember that there are cultural differences, and that and not to mention market differences compared to what we do with ships and marketing. I think there's also I'm trying to remember. I'm just trying to remember something I just had a thought of.
I don't know what advice I could give regarding shipping.
Mhm.
I suppose I can give generic advice: don't do it, and if you do it, be prepared to be disappointed. Either by nothing happening, something else happening, or not enough happening. Otherwise, if you really have to get into romance, try and go for something that you personally might like. Don't don't go into, let's say, Future Diary and expect to root for the yandere to end up with the main character.
Yeah.
Or so if you try and pop into Naruto and in Boruto who ends up with who, does not mean that how those two pairings got in together is that well developed or not.
But yeah, that's all the advice I can give.
What about you, Chat?
Well, you guys pretty much said some of the things I wanted to say. But one thing different, I think, what the anime and manga community should really take to heart is to really be respectful of each other's choices. Because, for example, I've been in fandom since 12, 13. Of course, it wasn't necessarily in the manga or anime community, in just entertainment, TV shows, and stuff like that. We also, of course, used to have different preferences for different ships and stuff like that, but we would never back then have the fights and the horrible stuff that's happening right now within the fandoms. And I think what the manga and anime community must realize, for example, is that being an otaku isn't something positive, because in the Japanese culture, something like that is not something of pride. I've been seeing this. Yeah, who wants to say? I think it's more problem complex in the sense that, for example, studios like Pierrot keep pushing these kind of agendas through their take on certain operas, and they kind of like encourage something like that. So that's why I say this is a much larger problem and complex than we can actually talk about right now. But if I were to give an advice, it would be to kind of try to follow, to properly understand the essence of it, is try to follow Miyazaki's, how should I say, teachings, so to speak, in this respect. And because he was, you know, a big and prominent figure of the industry, who sadly kind of like, stepped back because of this very otaku aspect of the community. Because before we were just fans, fans of manga or anime, but nowadays we're otaku. Or, of course, with quote unquote were, because, for example, I don't consider myself an otaku. I always kind of stayed away from this as much as I could. So yeah, at the end of the day, it boils down to respect and be accountable for your own actions. Because we all born. Sorry, I'm gonna just end this.
Sorry, my mistake. I thought you were finished there. My mistake.
That's okay. At the end of the day, we all want to enjoy stuff, and like I said, it's not wrong to want to enjoy anything. It's wrong when you start kind of like trespassing some limits, which has been happening a lot, sadly, in the industry. And Naruto and what happened to that series is a perfect example of the fandom trespassing certain limits of good contact with the whole pig litters and stuff like that, which ironically now the saying is that Naruto fandom did it, but I'm not remembering Kishi in the Kobayashi interview when he addressed this thing to talk about the Naruto fandom, but another subset of the fandom. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is just to be accountable for your own actions and just respect the others.
Sometimes ships become canon because the author does it, not because it's popular. And let's see, just remember, just because if there's a manga series that has a ship that became canon that people complain and don't like, which I'm referring to mostly Naruto and Ritzy Bleach and stuff. Just remember, it might. Let's see, when people dislike the ending, it might not just be because they are the shipper of a rival pairing. It might be because they just did not like the ending in general of what transpired or how it got there. For example, There are, besides anime and manga, like Naruto with like its intense shipping wars, there are other mediums from like other countries that had intense shipping wars. For example, Avatar: The Last Airbender had a very notorious ship war between Sutara versus Katang, and also Harry Potter with Hermione and Ginny, or Harry and with Hermione. But remember, with those series, regardless of who ended up being the canon pairings, those series are still fondly remembered just because, for the most part, regardless of who came canon, the endings were, for the most part, well received. Now, granted, yes, there's controversy with those two series. Post that, but it's more due to creators or just future works that they did. But yeah, okay, that's that. I think we should now get up to the next bit, Lucky Chi, for this.
Yes, so now let's get into the best and worst thing about shipping.
Okay,
Fandoms.
yeah.
It's both
Yeah.
the best thing, both the worst thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Fandoms.
Yeah. On one hand, fandoms can be like, if you interact with fandoms, you can make new friends, like we have done through Narasaku. But you can also end up really disliking people due to like some more like a hostile fandom with a rival pairing. Now, granted, there are certain fandoms that are more respectful with pairings, particularly the ones that don't expect canons and stuff. But when you've like got a serious love, rival pairings in some canons, they're like extremely hostile. Is romance necessary in anime and manga?
No.
No, not necessarily. It can be a part, but not necessary. Relationships, however, are necessary because actually that's what holds everything together. Relationship between plots, between characters, between um, themes. But not the relationship doesn't have to be necessarily romantic in nature.
Yeah, pretty much. You at least got to make us like these characters, but at the same time, if you don't know how to write romance, don't write romance. Or at the very least, channel that into making a parody about it. At the very least.
Yeah. Or or at least if you put effort into what relationship you want to be canon, even if you don't put too much effort, at least make sure you remain consistent and make sure it does end up being canon and not just out of the blue. And you get people questioning your endings like, how did this make sense? Why did this happen? Let's see. Don't go all. This feels out of nowhere. Because then you get people questioning your entire series of how planned it was or not. So there's stuff like that. Let's see. Anyway, but I suppose goes on to the next bit. How should romance be utilized in anime and manga storylines?
I should say you plan it all out in advance. If you're actually gonna do it, then plan it out. Don't be writing your story and then just all of a sudden forget. Oh yeah, I needed to include some romance to make sense of this. Oh well, better write some in hastily. And again, if you're terrible at writing it, then don't write it at all.
The way I think it should be utilized is make it with a purpose, not just throw it there for the sake of having. Make it with substance, have an essence for the reason you're doing it. Because otherwise it's just bland, and like any other thing, you either do it right or just don't do it at all.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree with everything that you guys have said when it comes to shipping, both for the best and worst things, especially when it comes to fandoms. Because oh my god, sometimes like they can be fun, but wow, there can be times where it's like, guys, calm down. It's not gonna be the end of the world, and that's where I think shipping can kind of get out of hand, but like that's just my 2 cents on the topic. With that being said, let us move over to the next question, which is how should romance be utilized in anime and manga storylines?
Let's see, you can do whatever character archetypes you can. You can have, let's see, frenemies you can have like boy and girl hates each other to then liking each other. You can have best friends to levels. You could like love at first sight. You could do whatever you want, but if you've planned this out and you, let's see, get to the end, stick with it, but do not change halfway through. Well, okay, maybe sort of halfway, but if you get towards the end, do not change just because, let's see, one pairing might be more popular than another. You should do the one that makes sense because let's see, it's not really the pairings that keeps fandoms from staying in. It's mostly how the story is written, and let's see the world you make, and whether or not people are invested enough to return to it. They may not if you just do some critzy, half-assed thing with just trying to explain how these lot get together, even though it makes no sense and it damages the plot. Well, let's see, but yeah.
I completely agree there, 100% with everything you just said.
Yeah. So do you want to go to the last bit of question?
Yeah, so the last real question is, what advice do you guys have to any writer or mangaka on handling romance in a story? And I'll go ahead and say my piece on this. So, when it comes to romance, don't overcomplicate things. If you know for sure who is going to end up with who, spend all the time you need in developing that relationship.
If you're doing a love triangle, I think make it, if you're having a girl change their feelings for one boy to another, I think make it a bit more clear, just so, because it seems like some fandoms these days do not really get subtle changes. I guess might be my advice. Or try not to get too much editors interfering just for marketing purposes.
Retell your story, not everyone else's wishes.
Pretty much just, well, this is sort of reiterating what Lucky Chi already said, but I'm also reiterating myself as well. If you're gonna do it right, plan it out, and if you're not gonna do it, then don't just, write it in just because editorial mandate. Write it in because you want to. And if you're no good at it, then don't do it, and only do it if you're gonna do a parody of it.
All in all, I think that's pretty much all we have to say in terms of this Valentine's Day special podcast. It was a lot of fun. Definitely went into a lot of interesting places, for sure. And lastly, I just gotta say, Chad, Blue Star, and Steve, it was really great having you guys on board again.
Yay!
Yeah.
And aside from that, guys, that's pretty much it. I'm LuckyG7.
I'm LK and I'm JH, also known as Steve.
That's here.
And I'm BlueStarSaber.
And we will catch you guys next time. Peace.
Bye.
Bye.